Well, hello, and welcome.
Hey there, Kim Stockholm. Nice seeing you around. And welcome in, everyone. Sorry it took me a little while, but I almost forgot to wax my stash. How embarrassing. Thankfully, I recovered in time. So, let's jump right into it, eh? So last time we got the nuclear sort of stuff kind of set up, and we discovered that I had accidentally gotten, did something right. But the best thing to discover. Rather discover they did something very right than very wrong. Because apparently having 5 of the machines working on the uranium fuel in case rods was producing enough for 10 nuclear facilities making 100, which means we can make like one full recipe of the uranium, the plutonium. So we click left here. We click like there. Do this, and also actually before we all start, I forgot a couple of things. Come on. Am I in the game here now? That should be working. That is slowly catching up. Hey, 20 stream streak. Why, thank you, Masan. I do appreciate it. Still one more. Wrong one. See how I have tabs open on the browser that don't need to be open. What they're doing is just stealing all the RAM. Because everything runs on Chromium now, and Chromium eats all the resources. I don't like it. No, theory, I do not like it, not one bit. But, there we go, finally. Sorry it took me a while. So, let's see here. What the heck did we all get done? You see, we're sort of feeding these into here. And these guys are slowly but surely making the plutonium fuel rods. And at least one of them has already gone in the machine. So that's nice. I'm gonna remove that one.
Because we all know I am yksi stone.
Hey there, Kim Soko. Being a cool cat, yes you are. Kit cat, kitty cat. Hey, West dude. So no, I'm first. I guess I should make a proper, actual, first redeem. For all you crazies who want it. Now, I don't think we made a stator factory. No, yeah, we need iron. We still need an import of steel pipes. Because we're making an excess of quick wire. And then we'll bring the control rods, which are currently also going down here. We could have them be... Now then, they're split further. Oh, look at all them fuel rods. Fuel cells, sorry. awfully quiet here. There we go. Goatshire. That sounds like an appropriate nuclear power song. Yes, now doesn't it? Hey, oh, and remember, kids, take your meds. First. Oh, 75 stream streak. Hot diggity dog. Thank you. Let's do it. I really appreciate that. God dang. Oh, that's a lot first. Well done. Hype first. Alright, let's go. Do a risky business. You create 1 plutonium waste per minute. Okay, so the power production is always the same. So in that sense, we could... Because we can just shard, because keep forgetting when that... Wait, these are just... But then the water consumption goes down. So the question is, do I want multiple nuclear power plants or pumps? You see, if we... Alright, now we did this just because I wanted to see your output is a 1 per minute, and you consume 0.1 per minute. So it consumes 0.1 per minute and outputs 1 per minute. Oh ho! Thank you, Masam, for the VIP buy-in. Give me a quick sec and we'll get right to it. Hey, look at that thing go.
Sonaf 10, happy dance.
Well done, Masam. Give me a quick sec. There we go, and we find here the community roles manager. Alright, should be done in now. So now Masamba should also have a wonderful little Jimmy there next to their name. Thank you for saving up for that one. I made it expensive for a reason, and I'm glad it's working out. Okay, so this one is... We got 79 coupons. We're almost 1/10 of the way. Wait, so we need more of... There you go. We got no one making heat sinks just now. That's okay. All of that will still keep running for a while. What all did I need for the heaty of the sinkies? We need aluminum and copper. Well, like I said, we have the one factory making these in a large amounts. I have a vague feeling that at one point I made the machine, the factories make an excess of them because I was tired and I was like, just throw all of it in there, it'll be fine. Then again, these would actually be pretty good now, wouldn't it? The output speed is better. It uses rubber, which is kind of easy to make, and it only takes aluminum, so that means we could, because this one takes copper and aluminum, but copper may take more processing than the rubber in many ways. Plus we got the rubber in the trains. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'll have to look into that. Make a nice little heatsink factory. Well, that's going to be able to keep on running just fine. I feel like so far I've been like trying to make sure I don't, use. I don't go too crazy, like using the correct belt for the diverse positions. But I think this happened the last time as well. Once you hit like tier 6 with the belts, it's relatively easy to just build that giant machine. To make for the components, because yeah, the FICSIT there we go. Trigons, I use those, and they, for the most part, just make up your little factory, make some excess, save them up somewhere, then you're kind of good to go. I would have 4. Doubled, that would be 8. So I'm thinking we could easily double this, right? Because 240 double become 480. I can just test it like this, can I? A full 600. Now, a full 600 is $5. And what times 2.5 is 10? Well, it's 4. Which means we change those. But these are relatively expensive to make. I mean, we have all bits, right? Oh, Jesus. Violent snooze. Heck yeah. All them cool, kick-ass cool tunes. That is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty perfect. Way! Welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hey there, frivolous squid. Be touched by his noodly appendage. And I am thankful. Welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a good time. Hey there, frivolous squid. How is the factory? I was lurking a little bit earlier today as well. Early in the morning with my morning coffee. Morning like, where'd I end up? Nuclear, huh? Sounds like fun. It is. Do we have enough? Because with the ratio I got here, but I just looking at the heckin' recipes here. Because these require 20 per minute, and the blender makes 25. So it is 4 to 5, so then we're going through 100. That produces enough uranium fuel rods. You see 5 of these would make 2 per minute. To feed into 10. You can see they consume 0.2 per minute. Outputting 10 uranium waste per minute, which means 10 of those means 100 uranium waste. These take 37.5 times 2, that would be 75. Leaves us with 25, which is the exact ratio for the plutonium pellet production. And then I got this gibberish thing running to like just make some plutonium fuel rods so I can sink them. First copper powder tower running. People kept raiding as I was trying to end, so I bought some along some friends. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Carrying that raid along is always fun. Ooh, that reminds me. There's something I didn't do this morning. Let's see if I can quickly. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it, friend, and I hope you have a most wonderful day. Sorry, the game is a little RAM hungry, so I'm trying to do something with my web browser. And it's just not. Come on. Okay. Did it work? I don't know. So I'm supposed to give Frivolous Squid a follow as well. Y'all should. They're a cool dude. Well, checking out their build a little, building that tower, having the classic problems of, you know, running out of concrete halfway all the time. That's something fun that I realized doing this run is that you can have multiples of your uploaders, so you can have a very sort of much faster multi-dimensional upload of concrete. For example, if you do the output of a factory going through like a split area to like 3 separate ones or even more. You know, you don't have to do upload 120 a minute. You can do 360. Wait, that would be 600 a second. 600 a minute, so 10 per second. It's good for a lot of little big buildings. And of course, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and just ridiculously addicted to all these factory building and automation games. One of the main inspirations for this run was Roads. This is my third sort of run through the game in a way. The first one being back when it was in early access, the second when Area 1.0 came out, and now they added new like tracks for trucks and so on. So I built these giant roads trying to make a cityscape. And in all these pillars, and beneath the roads runs the train tracks. Oh, and on top of it, my hypertubes. So this one is bending in a weird way because I can put a 3-way crossing there, so they can have a train a tube coming here. And this is, you know, in development, nuclear process. Hey there, Hentai Senpai. Hope you're doing well. Definitely was just the first time I hit that wall. Turned out to be a production problem, but not a depot problem. Nice. I mean, and nice in the sense that you found the, you know, solution, hopefully nice and quick. Like, see, okay, I knew it. You see, this guy's full of plastic. That one has no rubber, which means, what in the heck? Well, that would explain it. Yeah, see, because I added this in here just to make sure that kind of stuff wouldn't happen, because we got more stuff using the rubber. Well, good thing we have the sink here, so everything has still been sort of running a-okay. I'm a little confused about why those two aren't. Was my math like that wrong? 20 per minute. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. Well, that explains. There's two too many. Well, that's fine then. My power problems will be well. My power problems haven't been that problematic in a while, but they will be now that we're properly advancing into phase 5. Because I want that golden nut statue, so production needs to ramp the heck up. And that music is getting too loud. It's also annoying with the goat music, because some of these songs are just much louder than the other ones. But here we go. Now it's the proper construction music. I've had the pain of the EBR ever-growing logistical problems. Actually, they're going okay, especially now that I have drones. So now I have scaling things. We have slow scale we can do with trucks. We have small scale but expensive we can do with drones. And then we have thick heavy scale which we can do with trains. We got our nitrogen gas coming in. We got concrete. No rubber being brought here, but other places were not functioning because they couldn't get any rubber, so that's been fixed. And now we're looking at more nuclear power. So either we do 10 of these, or like I'm going to do now, I'm going to have instead 5 pumps per tower. Because that's an exact 600, which is exact Mark II pipe, which is exactly one of these, running on 2.5 shards, 250 needs. Like a pond. So, of course, it would probably help if they'd actually get power as well. There we go. Yeah, but a copper powder tower. Yeah, I like the whole building a tower concept, like a high-rise thing. I think I did it like in my single-player run. But now I'm just really enjoying building all these smaller factories here and there. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Gotta keep those follows anonymous, because yeah, if you want a shout out, just let me know. Give you a more personalized thank you. Okay, music still allowed again. It would be nice if they just mixed the cassettes properly. But studio's gotta do what the studio's gotta do, I guess. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Now, one thing shard if you're getting on 2.5, 3. No, 250%. Say, okay, yeah, sorry. 3 shards raises it from 100% to 250. Producing 6.250 megawatts and gigawatts, consuming 600 water, and producing 25 uranium waste a minute. Oh damn, so part of my brain was like 300%. Good morning. Yeah, because every shard adds 50%, right? So 3 of those, he adds 150% to the existing 100, meaning 250%. Alright, so then we do another similar setup. Two, 3, 4, 5. One, 3. There we go. And oh right. Let's finish with the pipes first. Do horizontal to vertical. There we go, friendos. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Number 5. And then we keep on running and pushing. Changing over to the T junction of destiny. There we go. We take out here, and under architecture we find the good old round concrete. Might as well put those on both sides. Here we go. I like them sweet, sweet beams. Infinite magic pixel finding. Yep. But on pipe, since they're always the lacking factor. Yeah. I hear you. Wish there was like a half foundation stair. I guess we could use catwalk stairs. Right. And there we go. Oh, this one already had it. Now, because I mean 0.5 uranium fuel rods a minute, we are producing 2, so yes, that would be half per machine, with 4 of them, producing a heck ton more power. So our current capacity is now at 38, maximum consumption is at 36, so that's pretty good. That means, you know, it's up from the, what was it now? 15? For a little while there, I was wondering, like, why is that capacity why does it keep on changing? Then I remember, oh yeah, and geothermal power. It's a wild thing. Let's finish this coffee before it gets completely cold. So, next we'll need to then ensure the inputs needed to make the plutonium rods. One thing I added was, one thing we can do here pretty easily. Oh, and also, this would probably help. There we go. Connected another nuke reactor in, and now we're at 40 plus. Max out your uranium. For this production, yeah. I mean, I'm essentially using one single normal node, I think. So we're not maxing out the uranium, no, we're maxing out the ratio of these to these. There's no point in maxing it out. I mean, sure, we could make even more, but I'm like, okay, and then what? Because I like it when things fit in a neat enough ratio. We'll see how far we can go with plutonium eventually, but right now, things are kind of working. It's kind of the best we can hope for. You see, these have... Yeah, heat sinks are the only ones holding us back. No, you need encased plutonium cells, of all things. Oh well, they'll get there. This one just wants the concrete and the pellets. The pellets should now be then being produced. At a pretty good, decent number. This guy is currently feeding the plates for the acid. The acid is on a closed loop for the water. With one of these in between. Because the output from these is 15 and 15, so that's 30, and this thing is consuming 30. So you've got like more than enough water here to always keep on making more. And as soon as these can make the things, they'll shove it back in. Hey, Salford Sal. Whoa, hey, welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Ooh, clan folk. Nice. Good morning there, Cobos Next. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Hope you're all doing well. Lovely seeing you all around. We're investigating the glorious horrors of nuclear power. How's clan folk, by the way? I've seen a lot. You know, Salford Sal, among other things. I've been observing some of that gameplay. It looked pretty cool. So welcome on in. Hey there, Selfeya. Hope you're doing good. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am. Hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu. Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer at times, and lately rather addicted to all these wonderful factory and automation games. Strider goes room on rails. Ooh. Clan folk is lovely. Glad. Wonderful to hear it, yeah. Because, you know, it has that very obvious, very strong, you know, RimWorld DNA, if you will. But it looks like, you know, a slightly less insane version of that. And Strider goes room on rails. Nice. And Nighty, yo, I had my second child. You said the thing. Hey. And then yeah, of course. Yeah, that's Strider. And hello. Hope you're all doing good. So this rare drone port shall be named the Radiant Fields Fiolets. Radiant Fields Iron Plate Import. God, right. Here's the Radiant Fields Iron Plate Import. Thingy. Let's see. And this port is then connected to Iron Plate's export. You'll need a drone. And you'll need power. I have a stack of batteries. And we'll do a priority merger right input design. So then any input from here will be pushed forward before input from this one. Excellent. Like a colony manager version of Banished, but you need to get your clan folk having babies. Okay. And Banished was a fun one. I remember like playing it because back in it was in early access. I don't know if it is still in early access. Did it ever come out? But I remember playing that one, and it was like the colony survival. That one had that like first incredible hurdle of surviving your first winter. But once you did that, then you were kind of set. Have a lovely mustache. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Oh, chat. I grew it just for you. I might not have grown it for you. But let's say for you, I did. We're simple clan folk. I do not understand this newfangled technology. Ooh. Fear not. But it's... Oh. Oh, what can I say? It's nice to feel appreciated. Now that one is importing stuff there. We're gonna need more of these drone ports. That part is now just levitating and I don't like it, and it's being like manually fed into via these here containers. So that needs to be dealt with. We need potentially another drone import. Dev has implementing a few more year 2+ hardships, like bears. Okay, that's nice. Can't hang around, I'm afraid. I have to go take in my elderly neighbor's trash. It's bin day today. Okay. Hey, well, thank you for the raid. Once more, I appreciate it. And go take care of yourself. Raiding and streaming is, tiring. I appreciate the raid. Lovely seeing you around. Hopefully we'll see you around in the future as well. Nothing else, I'll continue lurking on your channel. Time to beautify. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. I hope you have a most wonderful day. If you all want a shout out, let me know. Otherwise, we're gonna try to keep do my best to keep them, anonymous. I know there's a lot of lurkers who just hang out and then suddenly realize, oh no, I forgot to follow or something. And it's a shame to call out people who don't want to get called out. The bin men. Been there, done that. Now what? Why am I here? What am I doing? Who is this? Whose trousers are these, and where is my soup? The important questions of the elderly. And yes, one of the things we need was just one more drone stop. I think we can put one here, and they'll just the drones will deal with it. Where's my horse? It's very true. And Jacques asking, did any of the heat waves reach Finland? Yes, they did. Not as bad, of course, in many other parts of the world and, Europe. Take care of yourselves, remember to hydrate, and also remember that electrolytes are an important part of hydration. I think it'll be best if I do it this way. There we go. It's good to, drink all the liquids, but if your body can't actually, retain the liquids, then they're not quite as much use as they should be. Hence the importance of electrolytes. I think we can do it. Yeah, today there'll be a lot of trying to get stuff to work a little better, and the whole beautification thing, yes. Because first, I like building a system that'll kind of work. Then we gotta make it, work and look nice. Now this part, you see, I've already hidden some of the belts inside these pillars. It's a technique I enjoy. They don't need the support technically at all, but I just think it looks nice. Okay, but these have the frame supports and they're kind of leaning on this, so that's fine. And then this one is also leaning on this, which is fine. Right. And the good thing about having an iron plate export station is now we can put a similar one, say, over yonder, where we have our very first fuel production area. And because they're making synthetic fabric there. So we get coal because we need that to make turbo fuel, which means I can finally automate the gas mask production, which is something I should have done for a while ago. Yeah, they're Pellinova, if we're doing well. And Master Herb, why can't I just dump excess water back into the ocean? That is a very good point, but at the same time, from like a game design point of view, I get it because it adds to the puzzle's difficulty. Then again, it's like sometimes you can make it a wonderful little system, like here, where, you know, in order to make nitric acid, you need nitrogen gas, 120 per minute, and water, 30 units, cubic meters per minute. Now, what we're doing with the nitric gas, we're making non-fissile uranium, which takes in nitric gas and sulfuric acid, and has an output of 15 units per minute of water, and it takes 15 of nitric acid, so it's like 1-to-1 for the nitric acid, or like half. So 2 of those output 30 units of water, which is exactly what this one needs in order to make 30 units of nitric acid. Yeah, so I just had one of these fluid buffers. I pumped in some water into this one first, then I removed the pump, and once the system is running, no more water is needed. It is a closed loop of, you know, just delightfulness. Then we have these guys who need sulfuric acid to make the crazy uranium cells, and have an output of some excess acid, which is then more like many other sort of closed loop systems with water that output water. That's why then you have your valves. So you calculate what is the maximum amount of outside water we want in the system, because these would in total need 160 units, but they're producing 40 units, so actually they only need 120 units from the outside, which is these machines. And this is just, I got really lucky here, because these 3 produce a grand total of 150 units of sulfuric acid. 120 goes into these, leaving us with an excess of 30, which happens to again be exactly what these 2 need. So I feel like I arbitrarily chose a number of how many of like these machines, yeah, because to make the nuclear power cell from the uranium, we need 150. We need what, 200 a minute now currently. Well, that's fine. It's gonna run out eventually, but for now it's all a-okay. But your output is full. Well, that's fine. That's fine actually. If this part has to be backing up in the end, that is a-okay. Don't worry about it, because yeah, I chose that because these output 25 a minute, and I was just wondering, like, where does this one and the next step in the process, where do they meet? So these produce 25 units. You're not hooked into anything anymore. And, oh no, there we go. And these guys consume 20 a minute. So where does 25 and 20 meet? Well, that would be at 100. So 4 of the previous ones, 5 of these, and then they go 1-to-1. Then I'm just importing now from outside the encased industrial beams. Why are you idle? You're low on the EM rods. The roddering. Yeah, those are low because we don't have anyone making stators here currently. I brought in like a bunch of Katir ingots, and then I just, for whatever reason, it felt like a good idea to make like just an insane amount of quick wire here, which is not being used. We need that's why if we find a way to bring in steel pipes, we can use steel pipes and the quick wire to make the stators on site. That's what this drone is for. You bring in the steel pipes to make all of that run. Now, why did I want to build this thing already? That is because if we build the drone port, hey, I can see that my that the fix on the rubber port worked out, because my radio control units you see there were running out because the factory making those wasn't getting any rubber, and now they're in fact maxed the heck out. So that's nice. So I'll put you there. And I wanted this one early just so I can get these working the way I want. Because there in the end we have one drone port that imports just batteries, and then its output goes up here and it feeds into itself and everyone else, so all the drones get their batteries. And then we're gonna continue this belt from here to somehow down there. So this one gets its batteries. Actually, now that I'm looking at the entire drone port might have to move one step to the right. It will have them all in a neat row. We'll have enough space here for getting batteries to all of them. Because these guys need imports that will have to come via the drone. Mainly steel beams. I mean, either that or we build a proper like facility here. Because, you know, there's too much spaghetti going on. I like my spaghetti organized, you know. I like my Lego spaghetti rather than your wild carbonara. It's like I planned this. I know, right? It's almost. Ooh, love a good bit of Finnish humor. Oh man, sorry. Man, I missed out on chat there. Let's see here. The Binman. And oh yeah, so the Jack, we did the heat waves reach Finland. They did, but they're not that bad. We had for a little while just like 30 plus, which for us is insane. We are northerners. We're built for insulation and like heat tolerance. Right now, you know, it's warm and muggy, and there's a lot of storms happening around here, more than usual, like thunder and rain, which is nice because, you know, it's bad when it gets too dry, as say France knows right now. And where's your horse? Asks Night CEO. Well, we're wearing a hover pack. We can call that one horse. And there's trains around here, and I could always build a car to drive on. You know, where's your horse? I'll show you your horse. Better than snow? I don't know, man. I prefer cold over heat, because when it gets really hot, there's only, you know, when it gets really cold, you can always put on more clothing. It's easier to like to insulate yourself, maintain that body temperature, you know, just don't lose it. When it's really hot, there's only so much you can take off, while it's still being like socially acceptable outside, and then beyond that, you can't really remove the skin, and doing that would actually be counterintuitive because, you know, or it's counter-effective, seeing as sweating is how we heat regulate. "44°C here, but we have AC, so it's not too bad." Oh, that's pretty good. Mid 30 Celsius, and I'll be fine. Absolutely, couple snacks, nuclear power. Pog, thank you. Yeah. There was the train coming in with. Oh, that would be the plastic train. Look, this goes in the rounding about. Oh, I missed it. I'm really happy with my train and road networks here. I'm really proud of these. And yeah, another thing, mechanical storm, because in Finland, I mean, okay, people who are wealthy and more newer structures might come with AC and so on, and then, you know, of course, shopping centers and all that. But because that isn't really the traditional weather we have here, so our structures are built to handle like massive amounts of excess weight that comes, you know, there's literal tons of snow that is the excess weight that goes on top of a building every winter. So our like way of building is built to handle that. Many of the older structures made of wood and so on, they essentially breathe, so that if it gets really cold, you know, the contraction of the material that happens when, you know, when things are cold, they contract smaller. Actually, like, also makes building materials, you know, more insulating, because they become more tight. So it keeps them warm inside better. And then during the summer, many of the like older wooden structures then open up more, allowing the structure to breathe more. So it's built for our local climate. It's wonderful. Handling cold, we're excellent for that. We have like so many like centralized heating systems, local heating systems. We got like underground like geothermal heating, all of that. Cooling though hasn't been that necessary. The traditional cooling option is open a window. Speaking of, that's all I can do right now, so I'm gonna do it. But when it gets really hot, well, that won't help you either, because now the hot air outside is hotter than the inside, so you don't want it inside, you know what I'm saying? We got like a little like floor-mounted AC unit thing we bought from the store. And they Kim is Noble having good times. Just need a little kiddie pool standing while streaming. Yeah? And, you know, the one magical wonder of shorts helps you out. And cool drinks. Speaking of, let's have a little sippy. Let's see, can I show that? There's a nice glass in it. It's called Ultima Thule. It's like an older, one of the famous designer things. I mean, they're mass produced. It's not like a unique thing, but it's just one of the like, really cool designs I know of. Got one beer left. Ooh. I hope you enjoy it, my friend. I hope you enjoy it. What was I doing? What was I building? Right, so this one will be then renamed into... Oh, come on. The Radiant Fields... We'll just call it the pipe import. And there. There. There you go. And because it's an import, that's what, and if I were to use 2 drone ports to be like the main network between each other, like one export, one import, no one else, then I'd probably have drones on both sides, so they take turns in delivering and so on. But I realized, but if you can have an export station for drones and so on, and as long as it has no drone, then you can have multiple import stations all connecting to the same station, and then they take turns to pick stuff up from there. Which, if the export station had its own drone, could become a problem. Because if the export station drone, suddenly now it can't actually deliver to the other station, if that one is full, then the drone will just hang out here and, take over the station. And, block anyone else from coming in, so they'll be like running around, flying around, and slowly but surely running out of fuel. So import stations should have drones, export stations should remain drone-less. And we'll go with the good old carbon finish one. I like color coding things. It pleases me. And my computer is like 10 years old. Works like a fucking champ. Good old 1080 Ti. That's a graphics card. The GTX. No ray tracing here, friendos. Doing our best. Let's see here. I wonder if I could just do one of these to go down from here. I think that might look the best. Yeah, why I was mentioning that was because sometimes you'll notice that these surfaces, lose assets and so on, and they get really, really smudgy. It's because my buildings are getting a little out of hand. I have this large... I was trying to build a city. I have the road network. Now there's drones, there's trains, and there's a large amount of trucks. And I want to use more trucks at some point just to have them more running down the roads, but at the same time I'm afraid of adding more trucks because I'm afraid of the game crashing. Which is... For anyone who builds like mega bases or something, that even with a powerful machine, that's a real risk. In any of these, just because you just add too much simulatables to the simulation. The solution is trains. I mean, yes, that's why we have drones and trains and trucks. Yeah. Yes, so my problem isn't not trying and how do I move large volumes of stuff. My problem is how do I add just more trucks on my roads to make them look like there's a lot of trucks on the roads because it looks cool. One beer left. Gotta get more on Thursday. Got better drink that beer so I can drive to the store. Smart, take the bus. Oh, okay. For that, okay. I don't know. Were those comments for my game or that discussion? Either way, I will agree. In trains, because in a train you can carry even more beer. With less jostling. Be great. My solution is just rum and coke. Keeps it going. That's the good part about streaming. Gonna have a rum and coke at 11 a.m. No. Don't have too many of them though. Just the one. Mostly because I got also like no other like places for a good cola and fireball. I am sickened but intrigued. I don't think I've tried that kind of combination. And now they mention it, I'm like, I can see that. I can definitely see that working. But okay, let's see about trying to get at least something. You know what? You're in the way. I'm going to get rid of you in the end. I was thinking like, oh, I don't need to get rid of that one. I was wrong. See, that works. It's the only solid you need. The only solid you need is that one. And you will bring in more, and the consumption rate is 10 per minute, so one drone is more than enough. So if you go here... Well, it's less than ideal, but we'll have to live with it. Now, where is your sort of height? Ooh, yes. See, it's actually seen. It is actually properly supported. It almost gets you all the way. But almost never won an award. Which has nothing to do with anything. But almost don't count. Well, them's the rules. And you all know the rules, and so do I. This one, we could have it... So we put those there to make this look sort of sensible. But if we want to maintain this height from here, we go here. You see, this is also a good indication. There's something buggy in my game. Every now and then it keeps on like red highlighting those things. I'm pretty sure it's trying to let me know of an error. But I'm like, I don't care. I'm not gonna look at the terminal. Stuff's gonna work or it won't. So I guess we Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. I prefer vodka. I do like me a good vodka as well. I don't really have any like sort of hard preference other than maybe red wine, but that's just like, yeah, also straight up preference. Everyone likes their own things, and that's a-okay. That's the way it should be. So you see, I'm realizing that if this thing could be moved here, somehow small belt goes, womp turns, goes there, then comes down from here, then it goes sideways. You see, the height here is based on these, so we can probably aim like that. We have this one beam that I kind of like stopped halfway for, I don't know, it made sense at the time. Now continue you here and there. Reinforces the corner, the power. Actually, that looks pretty okay how they merge it. Man, this cross beam is just magic. Whoever in the team, whoever was in their team and like decided, hey yo, I'm gonna make a beam of this specific shape, really knew what the heck they were doing, because so many of these like smaller, like tiny grid things just fit into this thing just beautifully. Freaking amazing. You gotta love it. Now, then we can get rid of this thing. So the idea of, so now this would be at the correct height. Press H to lock it in, and then we go down. Yeah, look, it's straight, it's nice, and it's beautiful, and it's lovely. Which means we need another stop hereabouts. Oh, here. You know what I completely forgot about? There's a magical tool. There's a magical, beautiful tool for building called the stackable conveyor pole. remember correctly, it is 2 to reach that height. Perfect. I'm really enjoying these like frame foundations, and I know like there's like mods to stop Z fighting, and I do believe there's some, if you have your graphical settings a little higher than I do, there's more stuff to stop the Z fighting. So I like how the frames, especially with the concrete ones, just work together just beautifully. But then, you know, sometimes that happens, which is less than amazing. But it's okay. Then that should be a straight line. Freaking amazing. Look at the batteries go. Swoosh. Wonderful. Now I was kind of thinking that this sort of shape would be neat. Yeah, today will be another one of these building things of like, hey, yo, I have something I should be doing, but we're gonna spend most of the time just making things, you know, decorating stuff. Oh, actually, that is. How would these fit together? You see, those are now meeting there. Now these would be slightly below. Oh, I'm actually pretty okay with that. But yeah, I'm liking the frame things. Allow for interesting things like design-wise. One of you went down, but you're going through a tube as well. Red wine isn't a preference, it's a necessity. It's a flavor, it's a taste thing. It's just some people prefer whites. And like, well, for whites, I prefer like something a bit drier, like a Riesling or something, usually. I mean, that's the thing. The world is full of wonders and horrors. We should all just, you know, do our best to enjoy ourselves. How dare the game tell you things? Yeah. Now the family, asking me, the family's doing great. I saw my brother not too long ago. He's visiting from abroad. He moved to New Zealand a few 5+ years back now. So now I haven't seen him for a couple of years since his last visit. So that was lovely. And I should go visit Mother again in the near future. I try to make sure that
A flea and a fly in a flue were trapped, so what could they do? Let us flee, said the fly. Let us fly, said the flea. So they flew through a flaw in the flue.
That's a fun one. Thanks, Buffalopogus. So, Fezing, you'd visit NZ? I really should. I would love to. I'm just poor. You know, it's on the opposite side of the world. I don't have that kind of money. If I could, I'd go now, kind of thing. I really want to go. One of these days, I might be able to afford it. Hey there, Buffalopogus. Lovely to see you, and thank you for that one. That was... No, I love me a good pun. I love my silly, raunchy jokes and all that. It's always fun to hear about these neat things. Like, that was just a nice sort of poetic one. In this economy, yeah. It is what it is, and we hope for the best. At least he's more gainfully employed there than I am here.
Tit Twister, Mr. Blister. Deadly Twister on Daddy's. Fister Sister was Fister by Mr. Magister on Testosterone Sister.
Yep. That's just silly. I love silly. Thank you. What the friggity frack was I doing? I was just seeing how these guys fit together. Because yeah, this one now matches all the way. That one as well. Now there's a sort of weirdness here, which I do believe we can fix with, you guessed it, a goddamn crossbeam. These are magical. And look at it. Fills in the gaps. Slightly more structurally logical. Slightly, keyword being the keyword. And even the way they stick out through here is okay, because now it all looks like riveted together. That's interesting. Because it looks, but it isn't actually like centered here for some reason. Which can't be right. So it is actually centered. It's just an illusion brought on by these ones. Because it's centered according to this one and this one. But there's these well that have a slightly wider beam here, which makes it looks less centered. You know what? That's okay. And we'll just not look at it and it's fine. Otherwise I'll be here forever working on this thing, which I'm not supposed to be doing. So we don't have actually an exporter for the pipe. Now we have an importer, not an exporter. We have an importer and exporter for the plates. We have an exporter for many other things, which do... You know what? I think I can do that. Another thing I was considering was just importing, making a train station for importing steel, just steel. But that is not very like resource dense. So we're gonna export it for the beam. So I guess it would be better to just make an exporter for the pipes, if anything. We have a train station that currently does nothing, like a one freight carriage that is not in use. Dude, I live in Australia and can't afford to visit NZ. No, yeah, I totally get that. You know, I live in Finland, I can't really afford to visit anywhere else either. It's just the name of the game, nature of the beast. Hello there, Jamin on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Lovely seeing you around, friendo. But yeah, but I really want to visit NZ one of these days. And if nothing else, yeah, it's just a lovely place to, you know, see pictures from, hear about all the cool things from bro, all that stuff. And it's, you know, now on the good old bucket list. Because now I know if I do visit, at least I can save on like housing costs. I don't need to worry about a hotel. I'll go there couch surfing. Of course, that means also that I can't go there with the whole family because we got, you know, me and the missus and then with the doggos and things. We can't all travel. So I'll either go alone or wait a few years for the dogs to pass away and then we visit. Because one of our dogs is very much incapable of... She's just terrified of everyone and everything kind of thing. Poor little beastie. Very good as a guard dog in that way, but very, very stressed about existence in general. That one. Now, if you would bring in... Yeah, let's do pipes. So you bring in pipes. The pipes come in here. The pipes need to meet your output to make the stators. We got the splitter there. So it'll then split, I don't know, this way. Your output goes this way. Stators go that. There we go. Let's have a look. So how many do we then need? What kind of production? Now we need 9 per minute times Make the limiters these 1, 2, 3, 4. Four times 9, what is that? 36. So we need 36 stators. We hang out somewhere where the radiation won't kill me by just existing. There. This one specifically. Bam. Boating to Iceland costs about 100 euros. Take about three days, sadly, and you have to go to Denmark for the boat over. I was thinking like 100 euros. That is cheap as all hell. But $1,000, I would love to visit Iceland. Also on the good old never-ending bucket list. But I think I'd take the plane though. I've had enough like cruise experience in my as a kid. The boat is just a bus to get there. And for $1,000, I think I would probably get Iceland Air cheaper, because Iceland is like a sensible nation. And how do you help with the tourism thing? Like, I don't know, we'll just subsidize some of those tickets. We have Iceland Air, you know, you can fly all over the place. But if you come to Iceland, it's cheaper. Come here, tourists, give us your money. As one should. Iceland is a cool place. Alright. What was the math? 9 times 4. 9 times 4. So 4 machines, they all went 9. Alright. We could then have 4 of these and overclock, or 5 of these and underclock one of them for making 20... 36. Wait. 36 halved is 18. 18 half is... yeah, 9. Duh. 18 would be 2 to 5. More than enough quick wire coming in. Alright, we'll build 5 of these and theoretically underclock one. We'll just make it overproduce. It's easier that way, and then we'll have we can kind of leave that thing there to be good old buffer. And your inputs, yeah, let's see here. Grown. 6 whole more days in Iceland instead of the boarding ocean. Exactly. Right. You come out from here, you go there, you take a left. That piece of wall was there just to measure height. I think it could be, if you put a wall here and the belt comes here, goes out on the outside of that wall, that could look fun. And it goes through here, meaning we want that. There we go. And your task is to make the quick wire stator. There we go. That'd be 1. That's a quick wire. It's 2. That's 3. There we go. God damn you, terminal. Fuck. Fudge off. Still haven't done it, but it's like absolutely on the to-do list. And I need to make silly emotes, like many others have. I know, nothing new, nothing special. But a pal number 5. It is just good old childish fun. It made me giggle. And that is enough to then, I guess, win my approval. Which 100% is. I have been a serious boy. Serious lad. The frick? Did you... Oh, you didn't you? You stole my pipes. Pipes coming from here. The power. Where do you have your power lines? There you go. Quick, tiny little update on that one. I like my beams. I was thinking this is, yes, fantastic. We got it just right. You see, because here, you see, with this beam going across here, it doesn't actually do much, but it looks like these are, at least in theory, attached to something that's helping them stay up. And it's one of these things that I like about the game. It allows me to build a lot of stuff that makes enough kind of sense. Like, of course, yes, you can make completely wonderfully levitating nonsense things if you want. Absolutely fine, nothing wrong with that. But, well, bugger. Now that didn't work out quite as well as I'd hoped. So what if we do this then? I think... I don't know, just do that for now. Just placeholder, nothing. I mean, look at this. Look at how well these beams, like, match. Ignore the Z fighting. If I had fancier graphics cards, these Zs would be a lot less violent. You see, we can then do that. Or... we look at another local favorite, the small frame pillar. We first have to find... You know what? I could do that first. Then we do this. And then we try to scoot it in. We'll see if we can find a way to make these fit. Now the height would be okay there. Take one more half step there. Alright, let's see. How would you zoom through this then? pretty goddamn good. So the 2 sort of disappears on this end. We don't really see it that much, but we can push it further. So if we were to push that further... Oh, can't see that then. Okay, fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll leave a couple there. So this will be where the quick wire belt's going to be like coming in. Goes through all of those. And get rid of that one. Still looks somewhat logically supported, but we could get rid of some of these. Then I remembered, why am I even doing this? Oh, right. I just wanted this as an option. Because I know we can daisy chain them now. But so many of the daisy chaining things, you know, the cable goes through the construction area, and that, you know, violates all rules of health and safety. Can't do that. And we put this one here. Hey there, Jaywalker. Hope you're doing well. Lurking escaping. Hey, glad you're having a good time with that one. I think my dude is... Let's see. Will it load in? Yeah, we're doing some wood cutting. Sometimes you gotta take a break from all that mining to do some wood cutting. Also because I made a heck ton of those like steel shovel heads, and I realized, wait, if I need willow branches, logs. Oh no, willow logs, so I can make those shovels for that sweet crafting XP. I don't want to do that. I'll leave that as is, because it still looks like it could be hanging from that thing, so we're okay with that one. Now, then we have this power coming here. This is actually continuing from that one, so we can most definitely have you go all the way here. That's a freaky little detail. Fair enough, fair enough. You see the power here is coming from there, so we do another similar one here. Massive. The factory must grow. It's very true. How's the Satisfactory going? It is going in a most, well, satisfactory manner. At least so far. Yeah, the factory is in many places massive. We got more drones and things coming in. We're working on our nuclear power facilities. And our current capacity, power production is up to 46, which is somehow smaller than I expected it to be, but that's okay. It's gonna get higher. Because we're gonna make those plutonium fuel rods, and then we're gonna turn those into things. Because our production power needs will be, well, growing explosively in the not too distant future. Promise that much. And this entire level is doing nonsense. And we wanted the power here-ish. There we go. It ain't perfect, but it'll get the job done. Try it one more time. Okay, they got power now. And they're sucking in them tubes. Stately stators, making the stator machine. Now, one of my ideas was to bring these over for me. Oh, what? I was not expecting it to fit that well. I'm okay with this. Now, okay. This means we do a logistics and a sweet sexy conveyor wall hole, and we scootily coop it into right there. Heckin' perfect. Get rid of that one for now. So that I can connect those. And that one. See, now it looks nice. Hey, 1 hour for all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey there. Everybody doing well? So I saw 100 and I was like, nice, Psyche, you're on vacation there. And then I saw the correction. I was like, I'll sit home. I mean, Sankira, I had the exact same reaction. I was like, wait, that's doable. And like, oh, I first have to get to Denmark. I'm like, okay, well, that's doable. I can get to Denmark. Especially then because only $100 to then 100 euros to continue from there over to Iceland. I'm like, hell yeah, I can do that. I can pull that off. And like another grand, I'm like, oof, yeah, no, alas, that is not gonna happen. Now we have this one here being a splitter, and we'll have to do it this way around. It touches the beam, but it's fine as long as we don't look too close, because again, it looks like it might be a theoretical part of the whole support structure for the thing. Now this should be even, but it isn't. No, it is. It was just perspective messing with me. There you go. Congratulations. Now they can run for a wee bit. Half step, half step. Should be fine, and from here we go straight that way. Perfect. And here as well. No, cut. Dang, yeah, you bastard. 1 meter foundation. Except material will be... for that one, I think grip metal will suffice. One step to the left. One half step to the right. And then if you pull your knees in tight. Wait, no, first. And then you put your hands on your hips. And then you pull your knees in tight. There you go. Now get all of those working. All of them statering. Felt in really times you can say, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's rebuild the factory again. Yeah, let's rebuild the factory again. I can't sing for shit. Never stopped me from trying though, so sorry about that. Well, sorry, not sorry. Teehee. Okay, so the stator production is now kind of fully settled. I'll do a thing like that. It'll make it more easier to like manually dump in some pipes here, and with the center input having high priority, if pipes come in from here, then those will be taken before that one, so the imports there would flow as they should. And with a few thousand, takes 4 to make 2, so that's like at least 500 stators. And if we dump in a few... Okay, so now this can run. Excellent. Because these make the EM control rods, and we need an excess of those. I'm hoping this one to function as an actual buffer for a while, but we'll see how it all pans out. And these don't look good this way. Yeah, these you'd either go for that, but that one you kind of have to go there. I know really matching out with these, but that's fine. I wonder how these would look here. You're cutting into the beams, but that's okay. Cutting into the pipe, less than ideal, but again with the framework it looks less bad than when done with a solid one. Especially because the idea was to put in one of these and then see if we had a... Come on. Why are you being like this? I That's coming down here. You see, because it now it looks like we have that a little bit of diagonal support, if only a little. Better than nothing. Well, it ain't ideal, but it's I'll take it. I'm also supposed to know, like, how would these fit together? If we had one of these all the way up, I think it'll look good. Or at least acceptable. Right, some of those are the things. Alright, fine, we'll do it now. I have to do it for all the corners. Hey there, Bob Games. Hope you're doing well. Kinda happy that Satisfactory did end up with Valheim style building support limitations. Oh, yeah. At the same time, I will admit, I would like to see it happen. I mean, if anything, they should just, you know, if the devs want to make a 1.5 update at some point, like, hey, yo, we build added a, like, world gen option for weight. I'd be totally up for that. That's like my kind of challenge. I would enjoy that more than the extra, the part cost increases. But like I've said before, yeah, that's me, because I like the building part, the architecture. And just because I enjoy something doesn't mean everyone has to enjoy something. But at the same time, I'm very much enjoying the fact that I can just go pretty ham with anything I'm building here. Yeah, buildings require support toggle. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That could be super fun. Because in Valheim as well, it's like I said before, in many other games, other projects, it is the fact that a lot of my creativity, I personally, is just really affected by the limitations that have been placed upon me. And that sounds like sort of Valheim building is something I very much enjoy because the game won't allow me to do anything and everything. Because they having just too much freedom gives me the whole, choice paralysis problem. Which is why I've had issues, with games like Enshrouded. Now, I haven't played Enshrouded in a long, long time. Last time I played it when it just came into early access. So I can't really give too much of an opinion. Too much of an honest, proper opinion on how all that might work and all that. Okay, so now we have dumped a whole bunch of pipes here. Now these should be producing, so that is 16, 32, 40 units of stators. These should be at requiring 36. But the most important part is, yeah, we are building up a buffer. Because these guys are working, they have everything they need, 100%, taking all the plastic they could ever want from the hollow roads, also known as the secret spaghetti sauce. We don't look in there, it's fine. And then the quick wire being made here because we're importing the deuterium from there. All this combined is 101. Absolutely not using all the quick wire we're making here because I put in 10 of these because I realized that would produce. Oh, 10. Okay, only 10. Oh. Oh yeah, because that means that we're consuming 1,200 per minute. So in theory, we're consuming a full belt's worth. Now our transfer rate is 219, so it's fine. Not really going to be an issue. If anything, I should probably add a buffer container here in between, so that when these guys are not working at full speed, that guy can keep on bringing in more stuff. But for now, it's all good. Yeah, we just need the steel pipe import. Oh, well. Steel pipe export, if we're being like frank. Not a fan of whatever nonsense I created here, though. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. It's fine to look at it. It's okay. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it, technically or otherwise. It was just silly business in my own head. You got everything you need to keep on running. I could even give you some of these to make you run a little faster for a tiny while. We finally run out of the heat sinks. The EM control rods, some of them will have to be belted over here. So some kind of funny little secret spigot from over there. I mean, we could sort of move this entire sort of facility as I've envisioned it over to this side. Nah, it'd be better because if we have the control rods are being brought down to here as an input, so we'll just have a part of that belt go across here over to there, and similar to these. And in a controlled fashion, make it pass there into these. Excellent. Alright, now we need heat sinks and steel pipe exports. So we can let this thing just keep running for a little while. Okay. We have one place making heat sinks, and we have this guy here making. Here's my current sort of rubber, my one singular rubber sort of producer and exporter. And all the rubber you make is actually being grabbed, which means we're gonna have to make. All of this is just running off this one oil thing. So otherwise identical. But this one makes plastic and rubber. But it only makes rubber. That would be one way to do it. Yeah, 200 items a minute. Yeah, most definitely going through more than that. There we go. Enjoy some tea. And then it doesn't use that many of the heat sinks. And we're currently making heat sinks there on the left. And none of them are being used. That whole production has come to a full stop on account of not having any motors. Huh. There you go. Make some noise. These guys are making use of the heat sinks, 24 per minute, and we have 2 of those, so we should be making 48. This guy is 7.5 and 15 and 15. That's 30. 37.5. So here as well, the heatsink production is slowing down. Oh, the copper sheets. I got no time for math. Just double production. We got the power now. So it's 45, 45, that's 90, so 135 units. That's consuming... to make you all consume 45 a minute. So you be first, hit one of these. So now one of them technically makes a little extra. Aluminum sheet is being sent there. There we go. No, you bastard. I want to double your production. Or just 50% extra. Remember when I made these, some of the math was no less than ideal. Hey there, Knapzor. Hope you're doing well. And thank you to the Curling Master for the Lurkin escaping. Lurkers make Twitch go round is 100% true. Hey there, Knaposaurus. Hello, saying hello there. Hanu Banano. Hope you're doing good, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope work is going all right, and hope there's not too many horrifying meetings. Wait, or are you still on vacation? Can't remember. Either way, hope you're good, man. Hope you're good. Alright, so those are working hard. These are working hard-ish. Some of the mass was less than ideal. You'd be wrong. Maybe. Don't ask too many questions. Anyway, we're all good. Wait, no, I can't do that, can I? Then when I run out of the math powers. I vacate. Which you would know if you were reading the messages in the logistics chat. That's very true. I'm very bad at my paying attention to my social media. I'm sorry. I noticed there was messages, and I'm like, oh man, I should go check these out. And then I didn't. Because I'm a fool of a goober. You're out of aluminum ingots. Now, I think the aluminum train would be this one. Yes, no. That's fluid freight transport. Yeah, so this one. Well, aluminum Primus is currently coming on in. Transfer rate of 248 items per minute. A lurking escape mate, thanks for the lurking. Appreciate it. Me just coming in here offending the great Hanno within minutes. I wouldn't call calling me out of offending anyone, my friend. You just come in here making me look bad. You bastard. And that's okay. It's the price of things, innit? So now these are consuming at 32. You are, in theory, producing 15, 15, and 15. Maybe for 45. Now 2.99 is 18. And you consume less. You guys here are low on aluminum casing, which, you know, fair point, makes sense. What do you need? Quartz rubber as well, man, the AI limiters. My big problem with social media is it actively tries to discourage me from the get-go. Social, no. No, I get that. I mean, that's one of the things why I found that I have difficulty nowadays, because it's like you turn on your phone, and it's like everything's like just advertising, this thing's happening, that's happening. Dude, then that's like the analysis paralysis problem of my brain just goes like, no, I'm out. You know? What's the point in even trying? Hello, Jay says, same. Yeah. And it's actually a problem in the sense that, because I remember, you know, not too many years ago, I was relatively active on social media. Back when Facebook was new, and I chatted and texted with people. And I was just like, I'm part of like all these group conversations. There's like hundreds messages. I'm like, nah, can't deal with it. And I honestly don't go to Facebook. I have a Facebook page, but I do not go there. And I mostly have it so that sometimes it might tell me when someone has a birthday, because it used to be used for that one. Now it's even failing at that one, and yeah, I think the main use is just for the chat groups, because my like D&D group is a chat group through Facebook. And then I went to like actual Facebook, like a week or two ago, and I scrolled down, and then it says you can't scroll further and you watch this. You have this ad break, and I'm like, what the heck happened here? And I'm like, I'm no thank you. Yeah. I saw social media from a friend this morning. I click on it, it made unwanted sounds. I closed the app and cleared all notifications. Yeah. Absolutely. And then someone comes, and no offense to them since it happened recently, and says, I have this channel over on not a Discord if you want to join. And I'm like, nope, can't do that. Yeah, I feel the same. I'm like, if Discord has its issues as well, and most likely we're all going to be forced to find an alternative to Discord if the upper management sticks to their guns on that project. But yeah, unless someone can actually properly sell me on the concept of why this not Discord would be actually good, yeah, unlikely. Going back to AOL, baby. Hey, I mean, it could be. But like, I saw like some meme headlines about like, hey, maybe MySpace should come back again. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, because the whole algorithm thing. The problem is again, like I think the project known as social media suffers from the same issues many of the other like grand projects of today suffer from, which is it got too big, and now there's a management structure with hyper specialized people. So there's no one actually watching the entire project of like, wait, does this still make a point? Does it make sense for what it's intended for? Whereas the hyper specialized management and so on, they do what they're supposed to do. They're doing their job, and the end result being, you have this engine that is trying to maximize profit on a project that's in its purest form is not, well, you know, just made enough profit to function already, or like hopefully at least, but it doesn't really need to maximize the profit. It's not the point here. You're not trying to make, you know, gold and diamond rings here. The white gold and diamond rings, which are like overpriced and overhyped, just saying. Matter of taste there, of course. I'm a snob on that one. We should get rid of upper management. What are they even doing? Yeah, I mean, no, the problem usually is between the highest top and the people actually do the work. In there's the whole middle management structure, because it's a self-feeding structural problem. The problem is not, you know, there's a bunch of idiots doing bad choices. No, they're hyper specialized, leading to the wrong kind of priorities happening, like structurally within these large organizations. That is, you know, my theory that I like firmly believe in, because in the end, you know, being able to work in these giant companies and doing being part of these giant like project, they're not like no dumb people. Sure, they might make dumb choices, but usually they make dumb choices because they have themselves a limited information. They do the best with what they got. I completely forgot that I was supposed to add a splitter there. And a dimensional depot. And just make some kind of ugly solution here. But even with this, though... Okay, we are now over-delivering, if only a little. Which means... Yeah, but we are failing on the fact that the aluminum isn't keeping up. These are running for now because there was so much of this backed up, but they're gonna run out, so the copper is fine. Ebus, I touched the thing and it tried to throw me away. Which means we take you... They do a couple of these funny ones away. So now they're out. These are then, in theory, outputting everything these guys need, copper-wise. And then the aluminum ingots are the issue. So the aluminum production needs to ramp up. And I'm thinking we have a train that also drives around with bauxite ore. So if we delivered some bauxite ore to, say, here... We continue the train a little further this way. We bring in the bauxite ore. We make the ingots on site, because I think we can do that. There we go, aluminum ingots. We could unlock the recipe for the pure aluminum ingot, meaning we just need less resources, which would be pretty sweet. Then again... Let's see here. 75 a minute. We do have an exporter here for silica, straight up. Right? No, raw quartz. Okay, we can bring in raw quartz. So that thing is overproducing. Yeah, raw quartz is more resource dense than the silica, because one quartz turns into like 2 or 3 silica. Okay, so we can bring in the quartz by drone. Then we can make the silica here. Wait. We're already... We need silica here as well, though. So... That means we could make... Still need the rubber. Slooping our current rubber production could help, but it won't fix the issue. But all of that is running off of one pure oil node. So if we do another pure oil node and a dedicated only rubber production, that truck going into the oil node. What's it transporting? Oh, this one? This one is delivering fuel from here to the fuel stations here. Packet fuel being delivered. So it's exporting from here. And this place is importing. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is true. We are here. Wait, why are you yellow? Oh, no, yeah, okay, fine. So we upped this with 50%, so let's undo then some of that. Alright, there you go. Yeah, this is the northern manufacturing station, which is mostly for making the fuel, if they were making some... There's some exports happening from there. We could try to push more stuff in there, but, you know, it's already not working that well. And this place is making the project parts. the what is it now? The fuel, the engine. The thermal propulsion rocket. It is in theory making 1 per minute. We could, sloop the shit and so on. But the problem is, we have modular engines. Wait, how are you assuming 1 turbo motor per minute? So there's 2 of those. So you two are already overproducing. 7.5 and 7.5. That would be 15. Which means you two are overproducing. Because 9 plus 9 is 18. But 6 plus 9 is 15. So okay, so with that, you are now feeding the correct amount for these. We don't have any. I need a factory to make motors and bring them here by a drone. Until then, I'll do that. But, okay. So now we mean the needs of these have gone even further down. There's still not enough heat sinks being made for, like, a proper export. At least I can just steal some. The good old McYoink. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we'd add a train connection here. Train brings in the bauxite. The oil makes the rubber. Part of the rubber goes into the rubber exports because all of the rubber exports are kind of running out of rubber. And we can add another second train to run this line. And then the bauxite gets delivered here, which will turn into aluminum. And I do believe we had the aluminum ingots here. So, yeah. And then drone can bring in the quartz, so we can make the silica, which would be pretty sweet. And these are made, and the alumina solution. Sorry. Because we use then directly just bauxite and water to make the sloppy alumina. I think this is like less resource efficient, but then you don't have to deal with the back and forth of yeah, but the speed is better, so yeah, that'll be better. Oh, see, 10 makes 12. This 12 makes 12. This one is just straight up better in every way. Yeah, just you miss out on the silica. That's fine. And then we can use that to make either. Then we'll make the scrap. And for that we need coal. The instant scrap requires coal, sulfur, and water. I mean, we have a sulfur exporter. We don't have a coal exporter, though. Your standard aluminum scrap, though, seems to be the most efficient. Oh, right, yeah, because this one skips the whole alumina solution in the middle. This one makes, yeah, 360 per minute. Of the scrap. And you do 60 into 30. And then in order to make, well, they need casing and rubber. Yeah, because that way we don't need copper at all. It's just the casing. So to make 10, we need 30 rubber and 30 aluminum casing. To make 30 aluminum casings, Well, we can double that apparently. We need 90 aluminum ingots. To make 90 aluminum ingots, we'll bring in the silica. We can do this one. So it'd be 3 of these if we do the pure one. But if we do, because we have the exporters, you might as well bring in the silica. It'll need batteries though, so that's an issue. Well, we'll have a battery importer, it'll be fine. And that way, 1.5 of these would be 90. Wait, see. Silly me, I forgot I can do that. It's 135 aluminum scrap, and the production makes 360. So 360 times 2 be the 180. $180 is 2 of these, so 4 of these. So we have one machine making, say, aluminum scrap. Single one. Produces... I feel like there's something wrong here. We have to go visit the aluminum factory. I think my problem is actually not with the aluminum production at all, is it? Far simpler one. The rubber is actually running out, yeah? So I'm pretty sure the problem, and the real problem is... Because I remember having a whole bunch of these refineries, not just even a single one. A tiny bit of bauxite was brought out because we need it for making the batteries, I think. All the ingots go. I'm gonna do a silly little thingy and launch myself into the air using the magical blueprint of the Hypertube station. You see, if we got darned, there we go. Oh, there's a few, just a couple more, like boosters there. So it should launch us a little more effectively. Switch over to this one. Okay. Might have been long enough. You are not. You are then Aluminium Secundus. Edit the timetable. You go to aluminum press process production.
What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning,
If we did just make the mega launcher, but at the same time, why not ride a train? And enjoy some of these train rides. That should be fine, right? It's a fun use of the TTS. So what will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Hey ho, and up she rises. Hey ho, and up she rises. Hey ho, and up she rises early in the morning. Ah, look at that train, training along. Much train, such wow. Now there's that, right there is a little tower beneath the road there. It's actually a tiny steel factory that's not connected to anything. Then there's the old concrete factory, which we could then remodel with wet concrete, and then they could combine their efforts to just make, you know, pipes and steel. I think it could work. The old city center. There's the old tractor still running. Yeah, the Primus goes to the bauxite and the aluminum. This one now, the Secundus will only go to the aluminum. No break, only go. Why can't I make you ignore, you know, things like, I don't know, downhill road safety? So I was thinking they're on the same loop, so they'll be like taking turns, but yet the truth is one of them it takes a longer loop than the smaller one, so they'll be, well, at least they'll be offset. So even if they try to then have, sometimes they might have to wait on each other, but in the end, they should work. See, that's Primus there. So if I waited for long enough, would get this shit to work. Change the backpack. Looks like we have to look at the logistical options here and check out the stacked conveyor poles. And we do a splitter. This one is just making casings, so we can put them in there. Which does mean we could add a drone port and just export the casings. Trying to remember why did I want to do that, and it's like, oh yeah, because we needed the casings every now and then. Okay, now there's 8 of these. So in theory, we're making 720 per minute. Which means we don't have to touch any of this. You know, it ain't perfect, it could be better, it could be stronger, it could be faster, but most importantly, gets the job done. That's all I care about at this point. So, we were exporting 200. The second train, we should be able to export a lot faster. And let's see here. Excellent, so yeah, you'll build up. Now, because of the speed or lack of speed, maybe it would be a good idea to have a second buffer in between, because I think this will get filled up. Now, 780 would be 7.5 of these. Oh, well, we'll find out. But okay, that would at least fix the aluminum issue with the, which was only a mild issue. We still need to fix the heat sinks. Those need rubber, and generally our rubber production is just not keeping up, because for that one the issue was that the exporting station keeps on going empty. So, this one is a funny little thing to make. So if we unlock this one, you can produce 60 per minute. So the casings would be better to export on account of them being, you know, again, more resource dense. So we'll be making 60 a minute. And instant plutonium cell. Non-fissile, and these. Jesus. You skip the entire waste? You only do these. It's one hell of a recipe. You save on... Is it acid? Oh well, the current system works, don't touch it. Now this would consume 30 per minute. You produce 60. So these would then produce 20 per minute. We need for these. I think I get 2 of these machines. And we need 5. Okay, so right. In other words, we should probably be importing just freaking rubber and casings and make them all on site. Or then just the heat sinks. It's hard to say here, really. Current system works, don't touch it. Now I'll just build a whole other, more efficient factory to replace it. Well, hello, that is exactly the way you should do it. Because if you touch the current system, then it won't run, right? The current system is imperfect. As long as it keeps running, is A-okay. It's better to build a new system and only tear down, touch the old one once the replacement has already been built and is running. Because otherwise, halfway through, you're going to have a bad time. Especially with the radioactives, because they're like, oh no, what am I going to do with all this, like, freaking plutonium? I know, I'll just die. And I have a bad time. But okay. But if I got 2 of these machines, because they make... So these consume 7.5 a minute. And these are produced... Yeah, 15. 3 machines. Goes to 30 makes 15, which is 2 machines making these, which means we get producing grand total of 0.5 per minute, which would feed 5 nuclear reactors, making 0.1 and plutonium waste per minute, equaling 0.5 plutonium waste per minute, which we would then turn into FICSIT somehow. The FICSIT stuff might have to wait. Well, actually, heck no. Alright, so heat sinks, come on. We only need a tiny amount. So that's why I'm thinking, like, should I import the rubber or the heat sink? In the end, I think it'll be easier to just import the heat sink directly. So we need more rubber anyway for all the other stuff. So we add more rubber production for the rubber train. And then we had 2 import stations and 1 export station. 1 import station is to bring in the batteries for the drones, and 1 importer to bring in the aluminum casings, and then a exporter to deal with the heat sinks. We have to make a quick little double check here though. So what all are the heat sinks used for? The RCUs and the cooling systems. And both of those are in the one factory who makes these are using them already. Cooling systems are used for both of these, and that entire factory is running just fine. The good old point of, don't touch it is good. Fascinating indeed. Now this one just needs like actual motor import for the turbo motors. Other than that, works beautifully, wonderfully, excellently. Okay. Turbo motors are only used for these, and then for Mark III stuff. But we're fine. So yeah, we put a drone. Whoa. Okay. Shit. The exports have become too powerful. There you go. Now you're producing grand total of 150 per minute. You know what? Push it all the way up to 300 with one single sloopity poopity. One little sloopy poop. At this point, It's very handy. We can also sloop these, I think. Yeah, because here the scrap is... Okay, maybe not here then. Okay, you there. I actually have all the scrap you could ever need, so I can double you. Okay. Using the alumina solution is slowing you down. It shouldn't be the bauxite, but we can fix that. Just making the shit flow faster, eh?
I dat blir det en kebab med bröd till min bror och själv ska jag ta en kycklingtallrik to go.
Nice! Idag blir det en kebab med bröd till mig, till min bror och själv. Ska jag ta en kycklingtallrik? Of course. Sounds delicious. Every time you guys pop in here and start talking about kebab, I get hungry. I'm start lusting for that sweet, sweet kebab. Alright, so now that's improved. Because we were not consuming anywhere near all the bauxite we are importing. This much should be 100% the case. So this should hopefully make sure that these guys never stop running, because they're producing 120 a minute times 4, that's 480. You are consuming 240 a minute, should be 480. So now you should be producing at all times, means we can give you one extra 50%. Same to you. There. Now 2 of these equals 1 of those. Wait, what? We actually did devour all the bauxite. Does this mean I have to go visit the bauxite? The bauxite holes? I just might. Ramp up its ability to export stuff. Flow rate is high. Okay. I feel like that might be one of the issues here, so because they don't have a buffer. So how would I fix that? No, but I know, I shouldn't need to fix that. And then the... Yeah, these ones will never stop. Meaning, yeah, Deebus. I have a feeling that that'll balance out. It'll be fine. Good old, don't worry about it. As an export station, I don't think you need that. Yeah, importers are the ones with the batteries, not the exporters. So we should still be able to like just slap one of these down here somewhere. Using high-speed connectors. That's surprising. So now we need to visit our bullshit factory, I guess. How embarrassing. Look at our specials, and here we find, of course, the wonders of the crafting bench. I'll have to slap together some of those. Well, we have a sweet, delicious drink. Everything else being produced at most acceptable speeds. Oh well. I was thinking. Like, wondering, can I put it this way around? Or does it look, could look cooler and all, if it was more here. Getting belt from you up is easy as pie. So we zoop this one. Nope, that. Not the ideal solution. zoom stairs. There we go. Then these got the B junctions, and you are God dang it. Someone's not doing too hot. Aluminum casing. Export. Now some random ass batteries. There we go. Now who is upset? Radiant Express. And the plastic Rubbermaid, and have a most tragic derailment. Whoops. A little silly, but I'll take it. Then under architecture we find we'll go with the very big frame pillars for this one actually. And the frame foundation. Wrong button. And the inverted ramp. Come on, look at that. Look at that. It almost looks like I know what I'm doing. Thankfully only almost, you know. I wouldn't want to mislead my audience. It's all faffing about here, yeah? Hmm. Now we need to get power to this thing, eh? And I was thinking we could just... It's ugly as all hell, but it'll work. In fact, it's so ugly it won't work. I've decided no. We're about to die from the poison because we don't have any of those gas masks that I was supposed to work on. In addition to, you know, everything else. There we go. Then we'll look at that. These sweet, wonderful round beams. I have to step up, I have to the left, and we'll try again. Nah, those will just have to be good enough. There we go. So now the casing export is casing on up. This is producing a nice extra 300 per minute. You are exporting at 345. There you go. That should allow for more. 375 and 205. So 375 seems to be the maximum for, like, just train. So we'll try adding a... Call you bauxite backside though. Bauxite Barry. Timetable is bauxite pickup 1. Load and processing imports. Save changes. We double check the situation here. Yeah, the first one is supposed to be for bauxite. Turn on the self-driving. We'll ride this one over to the bauxite area so we can have a quick look-see at what's what. And when we'll go visit our lizard doggos, because why not? I was thinking if nothing else, we can at least ramp up the there we go. 570 per minute. Alright, that might not be enough. New future. All these get ramped up to Mark 3s. Meaning they have just ridiculous export speeds. We grab a berry. Because they're nice and tasty like. Then we visit Bauxite. How you doing, Bauxite? Give us your cables. Put some stuff in the upload holes. Oh, we have a whole bunch of animal remains we need to drop off as well. And might as well then, yes, we go to visit the canine friendos. Ah, yes, the train station that never was, and the dreams of putting all kind of madness inside there. But alas, was not to be. Now, have I already... Oh, Mark 3 it is. There we go, we have some inventory holes. Well, hello there, sweet little Larry. Most wonderful Barry. Oh, the delightful Mary. The joyous berry. Sweet, sweet. Little Sherry. Oh, the scrumptious little Terry. Ooh. Oh, such the kind, ever kind Jerry. And everyone's favorite. Tax evasion. Beautiful. So now you'll have all of that. Outgoing transfer rate in 196, but that's okay. Probably add another drone here for some other drone quartz exports, but it's hardly necessary. Don't you think you're getting away from me, train? I'll butt scoot you. Well, okay, fine. Got away from me. Just desperately trying to catch a ride. Catch a ride. Mm-hmm. Did it. Yes. Off with you, friendo. And away. I was enjoy the view from here. It'll be slightly less of a ride to make our way forward from here. Next station is aluminum processing imports. Slower than a train. Very true. But not a stopped one. Slower than a train, but faster than a slug. For now. You know, we can never trust those sluggies. Train isn't going to have that much in it. Path signals at every support beam. Yes, they are. Oh no, they're not path signals, they're block signals. They're path signals before you enter a crossing, and then inside a crossing. You see, the one in front of us, this one is a path. No, there's a red signal there, and that's the path signal. See, they will turn red. I mean green. And the second one won't have too much in it, you know, but that's fine, because the train, this guy can fit more than a train. I just wanted to have a slightly higher transfer rate into here. So that'll allow these to work slightly faster. Ooh, now you're running out of the waters. Well, we did put in all these pumps, we never actually hooked them up.
Years of playing OpenTTD prepared me for Factorio and Satisfactory.
Nice. Never played OpenTTD myself, but it looks like an interesting game. Hey there, Farazon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. It was a pickup train at that point, but here is the drop-off point. And the thing is, because one of them goes to 2 stops, and one of them goes to a single stop. And now that we ramped up the belts there to like 1200 in everything, means that when we're getting more of the bauxite into here and stuff. See, because this guy already ran out. Suddenly. Which is kind of weird. That's what I'm thinking, like maybe I should add one extra buffer here in between to make sure that there's extra space. You see, yeah, that one's gonna stop in 2 stops, and the one we just rode here only stops at 1 stop. So the one they'll be then like offset. So sometimes they'll be like decently offset from each other. Sometimes they'll be a little too close to each other. But ultimately, it's good enough. But I think maybe years of playing Satisfactory and Factorio might one of these days prepare me for OpenTTD. Who knows? Might have to give it a go. Here have some gringos of ingots. You're consuming them at 225 a minute. My inventory is too full of nonsense. There, 180 is also more than we need, so now you're going through 135 a minute. There, 120 a minute, you're only going through 90 of those. But this is still far more than we're expecting to consume. So that is fine, actually, being at that kind of speed. So this loop means that we'll still be producing them at slightly slower cost, means more of the exports are actually getting into the exports, which is also very important here. Because our outgoing transfer rate has actually gone down, most likely because this thing's consumption rate had gone up so much. It's doing 135 a minute. Wait, how many of these? Hey, what am I doing here? You're supposed to be producing 360 a minute. 360 divided by 4 is 90. That explains why these guys are having the hiccups. Now again, these are the ones most likely to just keep on going. I think a smaller container storage would probably be more than enough here. There we go. So now this will act as a buffer, but so that if the trains can drop off bauxite, they should always be able to drop off bauxite, because this thing should be exporting at the maximum speed. Oh well. If nothing else, at least adding a second train to the export systems here has increased the exporting capabilities quite a lot. That guy's maintaining that. And you kind of work when you want to. You all got one of these, so you should be producing excessive amounts of the alumina solution. Every now and then it looks like you're idle. So 270 times 4 is 1080. Right. That includes, so that minus 240. $840. Well, still more than 600. You're at 480 because you're okay. So 180 times 4 minus 240 is 480. Yeah, and that is what we're letting through here. So if the change then the output. So that's 270. It's 840. So we need 480. If you had a full 600 coming from this side. Well, let's get rid of those, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's all somewhat acceptable, which is all we can really hope for. Trains loading, unloading, stop the freight cars for the duration, and buffers help with that. If we look at the import belts, when train unloads, there's gap. There's no buffer in between. Now that's very true, Flip Latch, that's very true. Knaps was saying, gotta go grocery shopping, and then his preparation for the Vintage Story Resonance Archives raid stream and stuff. Ooh! That's like you're gonna have a fun time. The Resonance Archives raid. So you want shenanigans, I'd say, from my point of view, that Thursday or Sunday, I'll just skip the FA, which me. Yeah. That should work. I'll have to double check with what all is happening with, you know, my brother visiting and so on. But that should work. Probably so. That's all for now. Thanks for hanging out, Knobstore. I appreciate it as always. And I hope the grocery shopping goes well and you have a good time, my friend. I'll see you around. Now time to drop off some animal remains in the meat processing facility. That's the meat hole. That's where the meat goes. And then the warbling happens. And they get turned into sweet, sweet protein. Do that for a tiny little bit. I want like 10 of these. One of our research things we can do with Ada. Here, a whole bunch of slowly but surely nuclear pasta machine. Okay, I kind of forgot about us doing this. Oh well, good to know for the future. I guess that there is an actual stator export as well. These guys are having a fun time. Ooh, and a second train. Classic Rumber Bay and the Radiant Express have officially crashed. The brother of Hanno, indeed. He's visiting from New Zealand. I've been seeing him for a couple of years. We had a fun time hanging out on Saturday, and we'll just have to check with the older mama if we had stuff planned for like a family hangout slash dinner slash thing. Put the ammunition in the ammunition hole. Put the cubes in the cube bucket. Or not. I guess you don't have to. And let's see here. I did kind of do this one, didn't I? Excellent. Yeah, we need those singularity cells. Alien McFauna. Start the research. A hostile organism detection. Nice.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Of course you are, Ada. There we go. DNA point, ooh, shot up to 50,000 a minute. Standard points having a 51,000 a minute. Here we have 28. It's okay, we get over 100. Oh, we're like over a tenth, over 10% of the way. But that's about it. Well, we'll get there eventually. Come on. There we go. Change down to that one. Realize our mistake and we change back. Yeah. The old coal power factory that I've been meaning to, like, you know, break down for ages. Still going strong. Doing their best and all that. So now let's see if we can figure out why did you shits crash. You haven't crashed at all, so who exactly is at fault? I mean, obviously me, because it looks like the issue is with these signals. You're correctly a path signal. You are a path signal. It'd be better if there's a path signals further back. Oh! This one doesn't have dedicated right turn. Ports, exports. So all that's been done. Hey, look at that. Now it just flows a lot better. We'll take this over to the nuclear areas and we'll dump off some of those cooling things we got in our pockets. Then we just need to... yeah. Yeah, ramp up the rubber production. Oh, you gotta say those also, like those lifts at tier 6 look pretty neat from far away because they can this like self-illuminating light post lights there. Funny force field shenanigans. The sound keeps on cutting off when the camera goes inside the road. Oh, right. Completely forgot about that one. There we go. Does the Mark 6 belts light change color if you paint them? I don't know. Let's find out. Pink switch. They do! I had no idea. That's amazing. That's... god dang. And it looks to be the secondary color. Okay, so that explains the... a cool sort of cyanus and everything. Okay, that's very cool. That's very cool. Thank you for asking. That's a discovery that made me happy. And you are not making that because you're not getting enough non-fissile uranium. You're not getting nitric acid. Getting all the plates you could ever need. I see. I'm gonna have you running at a little excess speed for a little while to build up a sort of more pressure on the other side. I'll go here, drop off those. Gotta get these guys working. I sworn it said I had some EM control. There, no, that's rubber. Keep on seeing the rubber, thinking that's an EM control rod. Oh, I had some. Turns out So then these will be turning these encased plutonium cells, of which we have now, I'm pretty sure, like a heck ton. A few stacks. Radiation max the for account. Yeah, 40. You got 40. Be good. There you go. So this one here, the water remains full. There's a whole bunch in storage. Now you should be able to maintain the amounts just fine. And these as themselves, they'll function as a kind of buffer. More than. Excellent. And this one has already been spammed up to overconsume some of the shit we're making here. It'll be fine. Technically we can do that. And that. We do 75. This one leaves 60. Yeah. Let's consume it all at violent amounts. It'll be okay. Place the pipes there. Alright, so this is the pipe import that still isn't running. So let's get the... and then we have the aluminum bits. But we need more rubber, no matter what, yeah. Exactly. Meaning we go here. This on the left is pure. To the south we have one norm and one impure. So, straight ahead. Pure node would most likely be that thing. So along here, just a giant row of these to just make rubber. I will add it to this one with one splitter in between for the cooling machine production. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. Sir? You're forcing me to change the cassette? Are you sure about this? Think he is. Shame. Oh well. Who might say no to another noble donation to the cause? The cause being, of course, the eternal pursuit of the nut. an actual reason to build the buildings. I love the catwalks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like the catwalks too. I like building buildings. So there is a reason, and that reason is because I wanna. You know? Min-maxing and, so on is purely a choice. I mean, yeah, I don't need these catwalks, especially with the hover pack, but I still build them. So I like it when the factory makes sort of, at least theoretical sense. I think we could do one more row here, followed by that works for you. I'm glad, but unfortunately, don't do it not work for me. Yeah. I need. No, hey, I totally get it. I totally get it. Right. So one of those maxed out produces enough of these for 8 of these. 16 of these. 16 times 20 is 320. These guys are consuming 60 per. Um, 8 times 20 is 160. 4 times 25 is 200. So that's 2 and 360. No, then 160. So it's 360 in total, and that is what these are consuming, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 60. Is 300. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. $25 is 50. That's 100. Eight times 20 is 260. Right, so these are sort of underperforming. I think they should be, and yet that happened. Let's see. 50 plus 50. 25 plus 25 is 50. That's 100. Four times 25 plus 8 times 20 is 260. Is one of you underclocked? No? What the frick? This just has this been like running in a sort of strange And you're all consuming, and there should be there's two of these too many, which is why the last two aren't working, which is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And see, this number is now actually going down, though. Like there's some extra goop coming from somewhere I don't understand. Maxed out, still 25, so that is 50, 100. Oh well. Not much I can do. All I can do is not look at it, and it's fine. But I do hear though, thank you again against like the whole like needing something to really inspire, like force you to do the building, right? For like building cool buildings. That's why I really wouldn't mind if the devs would find a way to sort of implement a system of weight, similar to Valheim, where things can fall down. I think that could be hecky neat. Okay, this is 1. Double check. Yep, you're just making rubber and heavy residue. We don't have any other, like, better residual rubber. Yep, nah, we're just gonna do this one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Structural integrity would be catastrophic for most of the Satisfactory players, but I totally agree. Yeah, and that's why I would like it to be a toggle, because I do get it, like building some of these for, you know, just architectural, just wildness. A lot of people build these just, you know, min-maxed madness machines, and it's fine, you know, completely fine, as long as you're all having a good time. That doesn't work. Main selling point of Satisfactory building system is clipping, not integrity. And for those who like to play that way, you know, and you know, all the power to them. God, not again. And it's one of those solutions which would most definitely bring a lot of upsetty spaghetti from a lot of the community. And at the same time, as long as it remains just an option, then, you know, freaking let them complain. Who cares? I've always found it weird when people complain like, "Oh no, I don't like it when you know there's you know X in my game or something." And I'm like, but you don't have to do it, right? You do realize it's an option. Just because you can do X doesn't mean you have to do X. You know, the only point where, you know, something being a possibility means that it's something you kind of have to do only makes sense in, you know, competitive games. Single player games, you know, just go ham, do whatever the heck you want, just have a good time. And I find it kind of weird that, you know, that those people exist. And they can be extremely vocal about it, but then, you know, it's one of those things where someone found something and joined in on the fight, but without really understanding what the heck they're fighting, you know, for or against or something. That's what it feels like in many of these situations. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we do 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now 8 of these require 8 times 30. But we did 16. It's still only 480. People tend to be vocal about a wide range of things here. Oh, yes, yes. But that's the thing, you know, people are vocal about things that aren't actually important, but they're vocal for the sake of being vocal. They just want to fight for the fight. Shit don't make no sense, man. We also consume 30. Everything you make is being consumed. I feel like I'm missing something here. Because you make 600. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's 10 and not 8 of these. That would explain why the math was all wrong. Well, all those 4 can handle everything coming from here, which is good. That means if we just pop in some shards, we can double, and that's a-okay. Same for these. Or we'll just build more of the generators that way, which I think is probably will be the easier path. Yeah, because right now they're consuming 60 times 5, 300, and we're going to be producing another 300, I think. Yeah, so we want 20 of these, and we'll be producing then 400 rubber and 400 heavy oil residue. Nah, it'll be fine. It better be. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We need 4 more. Hello there, Blue Rogue on the YouTube side. And then hello the Mustache Man. Hello, Nuclear Pasta. Well, if you look at the top right, we'll have one, you've said 1000 out of 1000. So our nuclear pasta is just, they're all pasted up. We've done it. Nuclear power is working, but we need more cooling things. So we're gonna make a little factory here. Okay. Maybe we'll just pop in a couple of shards. Nah. There we go. They're actually not cooled by water anymore. They are, yes. I mean, a nuclear reactor is just a water boiler. They're not cooled by the water. The entire machine is just boiling water. So you can make a turbine spin. Magnets spinning inside copper coils is how all electricity is made. That's why we built our nuclear facilities here, over the ocean. Phase 5 is a ridiculous pain. Yeah. Now let's see here. Maybe 1. Two, 3. Now there should be 20 of these. 6, 7. $22, you say? Yeah, alright. Okay, too many. And that's okay. Photovoltaic panels and RTG generators ought to produce electricity, but without spinning a penny. This has been your actually post of the week. Well, thank you, Lord Emperor Posh King Marza. I appreciate it. And also, the RTG and the photovoltaic panels are exactly the same technology, if I remember correctly. So you're absolutely correct. There are, in fact, 2 ways to produce electricity. One is you spin a magnet in some copper coils, makes the electrons wobble, which is electricity. And the other is you have photovoltaic cells where photons, or in the case of the RTG generator, you have high energy particles hitting it, and then those make the electrons switch between 2 layers and make the wobble. Ergo gives you electricity. Yeah. And welcome into Raiders. How you doing? What are you about to? Ooh, some more Satisfactory. Hey there, Aether Phasma. And hey there, Nagrath Demon. Awesome raid message. Oh, that is the most awesome raid message I've ever seen. God dang. You're absolutely correct. Hey there, Garden Green and Aether Phasma themselves. Wonderful to see you. And no good Nick, yeah. And Cobalt Snack saying Cobalt RTGs are used for outer space, right? Yes, they're used in the Mars rovers and so on. And I do believe a nuclear submarine also uses an RTG type generator. At least some of them do. I'm not entirely certain, but this is my understanding and memory of the situation. Yeah. And they did it so way to 1, and no, yeah, I think I said already, no good Nick. And RTGs are thermal generators. You can optionally make electricity from that, but you may not. A thermal generator would be spinning a magnet, because then you're spinning a turbine if you're using the thermal energy. But hey, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Hope you're all doing good. And how was your Satisfactory, my friend, Peter Phasma? Hope you're doing good. And hi, now, those who don't know who I am, hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and easily addicted to factory and automation games. It's dangerous. And submarines and plutonium reactors, not RTGs. I think there was one at least that used an RTG type. I might be absolutely wrong about this, yes. And the plutonium reactor would still then be a spinning a magnet. And the Soviets used for the outposts in the past so many orphan sources. Tragic. Hey there, Daddy Dennis. Thank you for that awesome raid message. Stream was good, thank you. Glad to hear it. Food to nuclear stuff. It's very true. Yeah, we were discussing just, power production. Because I have been building my nuclear power plants over there. Now I need more cooling things, so we need more rubber. So I'm going to do one pure node making just rubber. Is it the most effective way to do this? No. I'm going to do it anyway. This is funny. Messed around a lot. Got a bunch of good radar towers placed. At least lots of good chat at the end. Hey, that sounds nice. It's a fun game, isn't it, Satisfactory? Because you can have at the same time have a lot of sort of hyper-focused building, and then relatively easily switch over to like some very chill, just discussing random things. So under production, we find the oil extractor. I can make it face that way, which means we can get rid of those. I do believe the locals object. So this is not how you file paperwork. You should take it up with the council. Oh wait, I am the council. Your objections have been heard, and summarily it will be ignored. Anyone else? No? Hey, lizard doggo. Do believe I have some. Believe we have some. No, not bee. But some pale berries. Oh, check him out, he's bobbing to the rhythm. Trying to get to it. Oh, yes, he's got the brain worms now. You can see him when they start like shaking and so on. That's like, I would not eat a raw pale berry. It is obviously filled with all kind of like brain mushing parasites. Just look at it. Their eyes start facing in different directions. Now you are of course obviously Bobby Rhythm. Why did I put that S there? Oh, I don't know. I mean, that is absolutely 100% my headcanon with the pale berries being able to, just calm down one of them doggos that hard. Because you see them like shaking their head and all that, so it's like, and then then the eyes start looking in different directions. So it's pretty obvious that they're getting some neurological damage from those berries. Full of LSD. I mean, they seem otherwise pretty active. I think it's more of a similar to the mushrooms that, you know, really strongly affect behavior. Find that more likely. Can't remember which one what the family is called right now. It's the ones that, you know, make ants suicidal and all that. Also known as, you know, zombie mushrooms. So view. All right, let's see here. Cordyceps, thank you very much, Lord Emperor Posking Mother. Cordyceps is the family of mushrooms, yeah, that do the neural hijacking. A good point. I will accept the wrath of Khan. Earbug buries at cast cannon. Mm-hmm. All right, we got 600, which means. There we go. There we go. Gotta get all these rubbers rubbering. All these rubbers running. Oh yeah, friendos. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Here. There we go. Dang it. There we go. And then we start looking at some of these foundation shapes. Let's... Perfect. No, I can live with this. And we look at architecture, we look at these round concrete beams. Those there, so we don't have these feet sticking out in such a silly way. I don't like this little protrusion here. Does we do anything? There we go, and then let's zoom in some of these railings. Ooh. Well, I'm gonna grab that sluggy from there. Where the hell did I just... This is why my building anything takes forever and my game lags. So I start putting down railings and shit. Okay, y'all are slowly but surely filling up with the crude oil. I'm considering adding a reservoir or two, like here in the middle. We have 20 of them, so let's actually do it like in the middle. Which means we get rid of you, and we look at the organizational charts, and we find from here the smaller fluid buffer. And then we have ourselves a little bit of a sad. Because now we're gonna have to do crimes. I think I might be able to get away with this one. Sorry about that. So get rid of those two. There. Because then we can wait before we then hook up everything for this also, and then start filling up. Your output is maxed out. Excellent. Hey there, Bobby Rhythms. You're not Bobby Rhythms. Where's Bobby Rhythms? Bobby. Is that you, Bobby? No, you're a piece of rock. Oh, damn it, Bobby. Bobby. Bobby Rhythm has left us. Well, we can't, don't dismantle the slug, just grab the slug, please. Thank you. Okay, now, yeah, gonna do it this way. There we go, so the rubber's leaving will be, let's see. Now, curve one would fit neat. You know what? Let's go for it. Excellent. Now, one of the issues now is that the pipeline, even if that's a Mark II, can't handle all of these outputs. So your pipeline output will probably have to go here, parallel to this, and then join these pipes from this side. And there. How about valve? Well, 8 pipes, no? And the Shirkana 321. Yeah, because the maximum throughput for the Mark II is it's 600, so there's 300 coming from this side. But these will be producing 400. So that's 700 in total. That's why they'll meet here in the middle. Try to rotate the pipes. What do you mean? See, they can party. See, first you rotate them sideways, then when you could determine their height, you can also determine their angle. To fix my turbo fuel, I need to rotate the T-pipe. Okay, so you can either rotate it this way, but if you want it to like face up, then so it will either rotate along the pipe you're aiming at, or spin. That's why, for example, when I rotated these that are going like sideways, you can see this one rotates, you know, this way, and this one rotates this way. It depends on in which direction you're trying to rotate it. And of course, you know, if you're doing it directly on the foundation or any other structure. And then of course, yeah, that is very true. You put them against a wall and then they'll spin like this. And nudging is always your friend. You can put them anywhere you want. Hold down control for the small tiny nudge. And then there's your normal big nudge. You can build all kinds of crazy things in all kinds of crazy shapes. As long as you're wild and creative enough. Oh, no, that's a bit rude, I guess. Doing the pipe again. You might then have to once you disconnect, like here, for example, like I want to like redo this thing. Well, I break that one down. And I say, look at this thing. Okay, so I want it to like face that way. It is now connected to this pipe, but nothing else. So then I'll have to like undo that pipe and like redo these for it to start working. And this one should, yeah, also have, yeah, flow rate, because it was now connected to this thing. If I just aim it, place it blindly, I just have to reconnect the pipes. Let's see if we can do it like this. With all kinds of crazy shapes, but I personally want it back to where it was. And I just reconnect the pipes themselves. Yeah, the regular pipe. Isn't this... I mean, this is a Mark 1, my Mark 2, but it's still the same pipe. See, once you like click it down, where you can, by aiming, you can adjust its height. This adjusts the rotation. And then that adds, while you're still trying to place down, an end. Okay, that is on straight. With an auto, then it'll spin. Build mode auto do D, 2D, noodle, it spins. Horizontal to vertical, it spins, and curve, but straight doesn't. Straight will, like, lock you into certain orientations in order to have it only be in a sort of 90-degree, grid kind of thing. Does that answer your question, Shakana? Or the, commentary, the troubles you're facing? And yes, I know I talk fast, the ADHD is real. So, feel free to point it out. If you wanted to go up, then you place it on a wall. Then you can press H, and then you start nudging it about. You can build it wherever you want. If you don't have a handy wall nearby, then just build a quick foundation. Aim towards that thing, and you can spin it about. Similarly with this one, of course, you can spin this thing here, and then nudge it around, and you can just build it. I'm assuming this is what you want. Sort of, rotating it. Because then you can build your pipe, however you want. And then you can remove the support if you want to, then just connect, build directly from the end of the pipe instead. There. I hope it helped. If it doesn't, just say, let me know, and I'll keep on trying to figure out what the issue is. Not always the smartest man. I do my best. It's funny when it doesn't always, clip properly here. This, for whatever reason, didn't really want to. Okay, now it did it. And have you unlocked the wall mounts? That is very true. Have you, because okay, that is very true. I did just display something you might not have unlocked, which would be the wall mounts. And in that case, yes, then this would not work, because see, it automatically adds a wall mount, which is this piece, the wall support. But if you do have access to your junctions, you can use them like I showed you as a sort of replacement, because you place a junction where you want to build from, and then you build your pipe away from there. But if you don't want the junction to actually be there, then you can remove the junction, and then you can continue building from the pipe itself. If that helps. Dang it. Well, my personal experience is that with most things, if it doesn't want to get the correct alignment exactly where you're building, it might be a good idea to then exactly get it to correct alignment then somewhere close by, and then try to nudge it into place, because the nudging can be super powerful. And if it doesn't really want to still go in exactly the right alignment, you can then try to play around with beams, because they move on a different grid from many of the larger things, but then the larger things will eventually all link back and attach themselves to a pipe. For placing floor holes on foundations and connecting the pipe vertically, then remove the floor hole. Yep, that's one way to do it. Of course, but if you haven't unlocked wall mount, you probably haven't unlocked floor holes either. And I think live life, and I've done some goofy stuff like that, like using storage units because I did not have a ladder, but a ladder was on the storage unit. 100%, yes, you can do that too. That is handy. The game allows for a lot of silly shenanigans. I would like for that one to be more straight, so... Noodle was apparently the closest we got. Now, then we need these to go through 700. So we do in 700 divided by 5 equals 140. Okay. That's now 300, so then we need 400. I said 450. There we go. Needed a few more slugs. Gotta sloop them. Zodiac saying, and to solve pipes, you have to buy all the parts in the awesome shop. Not everyone knows about it. Then you have to try your hand at using walls and different supports, etc. to get what you want. Very true. Some people even using catwalks to fine-tune heights and snaps on things, but with custom shenanigans comes custom issues. Clip flashing one. Yeah. Catwalks are cool. Just like beams, you can do all kinds of funny stuff with them. But that can very easily then come bite you in the ass when things are now like just not just off the grid, but like off the grid by like a quarter of a mini grid kind of thing. You're like, no. It can be very annoying. And eventually you just have to accept some clipping and, you know, cry a little. That's how it goes, yo. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it and hope you have a wonderful day. Now, yeah, let's just spam these all up. Just get that to 140 would be outputs at what, 95? No. And 90 is too low. So I can't be bothered to figure that one out, and we'll just max them all out. Now these will never stop producing, because any excess the smart splitter throws in the sink. These will start producing because they're making more fuel than is currently we can consume. So currently we're making a theoretical 500. I would like to know the actual number. So if 150 goes into 100, let's see, how does that work? So we have 100 divided by 150 times 140. So that's with 93.33333. 93.33333. 139.995. And the 40.1. What an awkward number. Nah, just go full speed. So still that'd be 93.34. Times 5. 466. Divided by 20 equals 23 of these machines. Let's zoom on across. On 23 machines, we have 12. In 14, 15. What? Oh, right. The blueprint's fucked. I could have sworn I fixed it not too long ago. Let's see here. Oh, well, I guess I kind of did now, didn't I? Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we need 24. We have 12, so it's just 12 more. Four. 8. Come on. Blueprints or 4 fuel gens. There we go. So these 5 are outputting a theoretical 500, but it's slightly less actually. Most importantly, they can now consume all the heavy oil residue. We're just turning into fuel into power because we just need to burn it. Just meh. And we're producing an extra 400 units of rubber. Oh, you're red, you're yellow. What's wrong? Yes, input's wrong, output's wrong. Which one? Output's wrong. I think I know the issue might be. It's here. We're working at it with an almost maximum flow rate. Excellent. No need to worry about that then right now. Okay. Yeah, a couple of them are still, yeah, they're slowly but surely clearing up. That means the rubber exports issue has been fixed. Excess can be chucked. Now then, for what we actually also came here for, we need a drone to bring the casings. So then we'll need 3 drone stations. It's fun how the game will, you know, complain about certain, like, structural choices you try to make. Like, oh, you can't do that there. It doesn't have enough support. And then you just turn on the nudge and you're like, okay, fine, I'll let you build there. Oh, okay. You know. Not like we actually care. Alright, should be able to pull off 3 of these. And why 3, someone might ask. That is because one of them will be importing batteries for everyone. Everyone else. There we go. You can now kind of see that too. I never really built that much with the frames before this this run. It was a mistake. They're pretty cool. So that's 2. We'll redo the first one because it came with the sort of support feet that I'm not that keen on right now. Excellent. No, I like adding the splitter to the last one as well because it just, looks nice. That'd be in the export, the hole is fine. I would have put a splitter here as well, but we can't build in that direction, so that's fine. Now, in theory, we can add more drone things here. We do RMP battery import. This port connects to factory north battery export. There you go. Oh, you'll need some batteries, just get going. There we go. Voila. Then you'll feed into yourself and all the others. And you will also get a drone. You are RNP allocating imports. Now all ports, but this port connects to, well, aluminum casing export. There we go. And you're an export station for, yeah, what were they called? Why do I have these? Heat sink. Heat sink export RP. So drone ports having both input outputs, do they handle import/export actions separately from each other, or how does that work? Yes, you can have that way. Yeah, because this one you can have, say, 2 drone ports like connecting to each other, or like you can have an export action where the local drone is taking stuff away, and this also has another then drone station connected to this one handling the import. So in that way, we could have had, say, this one handling the well, not this import, but this one handling like the export of things, also handling like the battery import. But the thing is, once you're full of batteries, but this thing is not importing, then the drone will stop and stay here and lock it out of anyone else's use. So that means if it does imports and exports, you kind of have to be careful. Unless you then have 2 stations that they both handle imports and exports at the same time. Then you just gotta remember that if one of their sort of import sides get filled up, the drone will stop moving. And that'll then stop the flow of the other things as well. Like if, say, we are exporting rubber, importing aluminum casings, and on the other end there is a station that does importing of aluminum casings and exporting of rubber, or the other way around, then the drone will go back and forth, and everything will be fine until one of those gets all filled up all the way. And then drone will stop and wait until it can take a trip where it can drop off its load. And of course, especially if you have then both stations have their own drone, you'll have twice the speed. But then again, one of them will get blocked, and the other drone is then stuck in the air because he can't like land and drop off the stuff and that kind of stuff. So that's why I like having individual ones, except for I have one drone connection from manufacturing north down here to modular engine, the previous factory part, the drone mod engine export. I see we can mouse over it. We see it's incoming, so its exports here are all completely full, and it cannot export anymore. Its imports are empty. And if we go over here, I think we should see the same one here. Let's get Ethereum one. See, the map is very annoying. Sometimes it'll let you like mouse over stuff, sometimes it won't. But we can see the drone is stopped there. So this one is also, then this is the station that's importing the modular engines. And it's most likely it's also completely full of modular engines. And what it's exporting is the turbo motor, turbo thruster thing. A phase 4 project part. And what this one is stuck is most likely because that factory just it's lacking one. It doesn't make motors. It should make motors, but for some reason I got lazy and I decided not to build a motor factory. So I'm going to need to build a motor factory somewhere else and add a new drone connection or a truck connection to something. I see. So you need to make sure they never get full or keep them going. Yeah, pretty much. And you can do that easily enough by just adding a, say, similar to here. What I've done to make sure that this will never stop. You know, you have a smart splitters where overflow goes somewhere else, and I'm throwing the overflow into an awesome sink. So I'm just sinking all the overflow. Because currently plastic is full, and so on. So similarly with the drone, you can have the outputs come out from here, and then they go through a smart splitter that checks for is the destination full. If then, like, I don't know, just sync everything, just to make sure that the drone can always keep moving. That would be one way of doing it, yes. But the thing is, I don't want, like for example the batteries, I'm very okay with it just not doing anything except when it needs to get batteries. That's all it does. I'm okay with this. And you're in the exporter. Mainly thinking I might try drone for fuel/empty canister delivery. 100% doable, yes. I mean, similarly, essentially that is what I'm doing here, you know, but I'm just delivering batteries, which then feed themselves. But if we look at the marker here, we could have done it with packet fuel, packaged turbo fuel, rocket fuel, ionized fuel, uranium fuel rods, or even plutonium fuel rods. One of these would carry it very far. I wonder if the drone, I think the drone would become radioactive with the fuel rods though, because I have one of them also delivering the actual uranium to the nuclear power facilities, and that thing is also, you can notice it when it flies, if it flies close to you, because the whole radiation suddenly spikes. But yeah, 100% throughput is, for this thing, maximum transfer rate is currently 2.71 stacks per minute. Transfer rate 460 items per minute. So if you had then drones on both ends, you double the transfer rate pretty much. Which at 460 ain't bad, in my opinion. That'll be like a 520-ish. Okay, so now we have the aluminum coming in, and so is we're making the rubber and stuff. All right, cool. So how do we make the heat sinks? We're making what, 120 a minute on the other side. Keep on forgetting. I should have the recipe ready to go. If I don't, I'll be sad. This entire venture is based on the fact that I have that recipe. Because I remember seeing it. I must have grabbed another one. Oh shit. Bugger. Well, I guess we have to do a quick little hard drive run, eh? Something straight south. Big stream, I see. Hey, doing our best. And the Pisatelia Kane Gamer on the YouTube side. Are we doing good? Wow. Yoinked. Alright, let's see what else we can find. What else is there to see? What? There we go. Sounds a little annoying to find where exactly I can stand. Well, that one, yep, I knew it. Wham! You don't see the warnings, little goober. Your violence is unauthorized. You have not filled out the correct paperwork. Getting some slugs. I'm pressing F when I'm trying to reload. My hand position must be poor. Wait. Okay, I know there's one there at least. Is the music from Final Fantasy? No, the music is from the boombox. This is currently the Le Michael, called the Call Me Lil Boxen. Le Mikael. We can change the tape. Over to the worst of Goat Simulator. Another game by Coffee Stain Studios. Well, published by Coffee Stain, I think. The mixing is always a little weird, so let's try it that way. Whoop. The autosave sometimes easily. There you go. Come here, piggy. Ow, don't actually hit me, though. Oh. I love that it just flies in the air when it's time to die. Wonderful. 54 gas nobelisks. Jesus. Point the render loot. Wasn't there another one? There you are. And these yoinks. Free motor. Oh. Boombox versus crabs. Boombox wins. Yeah. But there's always more crabs. Nice. 120 megawatts of power. Okay, that's enough then. But let's do this anyway. Yeah. And then just build the MAM right here. So let's start the scanning of the heart of the drives. As we return to exploring, and see if we can find another one. Ooh, little ones. Oh, fear not. Family that gets skinned together stays together. Nice. Figured this out yesterday. If you click on a power line on the Mark 1, 2 or 3 power pole, the power line will connect to the new pole. Place itself between the 2 previous poles. Wait, what? That's completely new to me. Same with the wall. What? My God. Never knew that. I gotta experiment. What the frick? Oh, what? I've been like just deleting hacking lines and outlets for so long. Thank you. That is actually genuinely very helpful. See, hopefully I'll even remember. Come on, Piggy. Where you at?
FICSIT always did underestimate the power of a single cosmic ray flipping the right bit at the wrong time.
100% the real risk. At least one election has been affected by it. Though they did catch it because the amount of like votes far exceeded the amount of people who could vote. I believe it was in Germany. It could have been Switzerland. Something like the regional, voting for mayor, and suddenly a bit flipped and the number went very high. And then they started to try to figure out what exactly happened, and they came to the conclusion that it must have been a cosmic ray. And also the same reason why things like airplanes have 3 computers sort of running at all times. And you can't trust a single one of them. A choice needs to have, majority vote of all of the 3 in order to be in order to count. I got 64 bullets in my gun again. It happens sometimes. It's very weird. And I got 60 bullets. See? The clip size is 20. Well, Mr. Mercer, give me thine spheres. Oh, yeah. Hey there, Frytoy 911. With the power ups too? Yeah, I heard that. Chat full of actual heckin' wisdom for once. Thank you, I really do appreciate it. Don't happen to have any sloops around? No? Any more Mercers? Oh, it's like a travel station here. Whoop! Oh, yeah. sure. Be cleared. There we go. See him. Did you just... I did. Try to deny me my rightful loot. Okay, that's enough. How about we do something like Deep Rock Galactic soundtrack instead? Cool, now I'm done. Come on, please be useful. Nah. I had the recipe, I just looked at it with the wrong name. Fair enough. Get every slug, might as well grab this one, I guess. Good old road train network that... No, the road network that didn't get finished because it doesn't really lead anywhere. We'll look at that at some point. This train station is doing just fine. It is the plastic and rubber exports. There's the pure SAM node there for... So I feel like we're gonna need it. I can't remember when, where, how exactly, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna need it eventually. And until then... we come here, we land here, we put the food bips away for now. Change that out of this one. There we go. And hopefully that won't be, you know... If the music's too loud or something, let me know. I'm assuming it'll be in assembler with a heat exchanger. We're producing a theoretical of 120. So we could do 4 of these. Yeah. Or that actually. Good old worrying about details no one will ever see. See, because we want the outputs there and some of these to go flow from here, like closer to the pipe, and into this thing, and the outputs from these go there, there, and there. It should be enough to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Had to be done. Or tragic. Quick sippy. And then it's merge clock. There we go. Detail no one will ever see matters. If I build an object by clipping it around a piece of scenery, so the map objects cannot be seen from any angle, I still know that that rock or shell or whatever is in there and heckles me, mocks me. It's very true. That's why the only solution I found is just keep going, and I've found that, you know, the ADHD sometimes helps, because you just end up forgetting about it. And the splitter. Actually, no, that's fine. Everybody's green? You're not green. You're blinked yellow. Why'd you blink yellow? Surely it's not. Yeah, okay. I guess it just takes a while for them all to be properly, you know, overfilled. And then the last one will be the one that has the biggest blinks. At least the way it should be. But okay. You know, don't worry about it. There we go. And then the splitter here. Look, it's totally get you though. I've had to learn to let go. Almost. Nice, simple, and kind of clean. I'm okay with this. Now, power-wise, if we look at our catwalks, we should be able to find... There we go. Then we look at the beams that we have access to. And we'll do the usual cross beam meets I beam. Or like the game likes to call them for some reason, H beams. Beam. Oh, will you go like right through there? I think you might. That's a clip I'm okay with. Now the lag in the game keeps on growing. This is the nature of the beast. And look at him go. It's now making a third kind of 40 heat sinks a minute. Inputs are full. The battery systems are just all working wonderfully. And we're making enough rubber so it's actually getting sunk. Which is good. We haven't added much to our sinking things, but we gained like 30, almost 30 coupons today. Well, we're gonna get more once the nuclear production really ramps up. And you will see, yep, full of rubber. Now to go and transfer these 88 items a minute. These sounds a little odd. All of this is... Well, I guess it's good that it's the, of all trains, the Radiant Express, but why did you fuck up again, Radiant Express? Let's go find out. There you go. I'm not the only person that hates the aesthetic of nuclear waste in this game. Nuclear actually produces almost no waste. It should be 1,000 times less waste items. Well, Ian Gamer. Hey, hello, by the way, on the YouTube side. I mean, I get what you're saying. That's why I like it. At least it's a 10x minimizing, but it's one of those things like, yeah, for like realism, you'd have to put the value even further down. But then it wouldn't be a challenge, because in the end, the game isn't about, you know, realistically simulating a lot of stuff in nature, but it's about puzzles and puzzle solving and factory automation. So at least it's not as bad as it could be, and at least they remembered that, you know, it needs the water, because, you know, that's what a nuclear reactor is. It's just a kettle, a really complicated kettle. You gotta boil the water to make the turbine spin, to make the steam. Yeah. Actually, now to think about it, yeah. Okay, let's see here. You should now have... Yeah, you're full of plastic because no one's using it. You're full of rubber. Hey, let's get these things going. Yeah. A nuclear reactor is effectively a steam engine with very spicy coal. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a test at 1,000 recipe cost, but at the follow the line. Just seeing a bunch of items in the conveyor is weird. Yeah. I mean, usually you don't end up having that many items in the conveyor. It's just my current nuclear conveyors are just full because of my processing of them isn't really keeping up. So I like the fact that, yeah, the nuclear processing isn't really that complicated per se. Okay, now why are you unhappy? Same issues last time. Fair enough, self-driving. Reverse. We could absolutely remove that last station from there. I mean, the freight wagon. Well, if nothing else, this one has successfully just revealed some problems in the train design so far. Chuck says, I'll rest and not deal with the pipes again. I got it, but it's tricky with gravity. It can be a little tricky, yeah. It can be tricky. I'm glad you figured it out. Yeah, and the placing things against different kind of like material, like surfaces, like walls, can be used to like change the alignment. Similarly, using beams, you have, if you get a beam in a certain angle, and you apply like a pipe to it, you can get like funny angles as well. And so using those and nudging to help you out can be super helpful. You can do a lot of like unusual designs that way. But yeah, but I think I like the fact that because the game allows you to destroy items, right? And you can, you know, sink them in the awesome sink and so on. So I kind of like the extra puzzle challenge of the nuclear fuel sort of process, where you can't sink it unless it's in a sort of form you can actually use it again. And I just think that's cool. It's a fun touch, because then it's like, it highlights the issue of, you know, like, yeah, it's not about the power production, but waste management. Because it's a very different sort of puzzle from the other power production, like the fuel one, where you just, you know, make more fuel. If they wouldn't have that one, then the nuclear would be, well, sort of overpowered, if you will, because it makes a lot of power. Now, of course, a rocket fuel-based power system would also produce a heck ton of power. Here, now some heat things. And yeah, that's all looking good. And one of the things I personally find, it's just funny how uranium is always the magic green rocks, when it's like a white metal normally. Or like metallic metal. But I have a memory that it is sort of whitish very easy. It's like uranium oxide and so on. And the green is usually, you know, added to it with magic of phosphorus. So it's phosphorus that is glowing. Because phosphorus usually, you know, this was we used to make all the like glow in the dark stuff. And what it does, it, you know, absorbs a high energy particle, you normally from the light a photon, but with nuclear radioactive materials, all the radioactive particle will, you know, also do the same job, and then translate that into something that glows. And I think that's kind of neat. Maybe cutting the roundabout in too many sections can confuse the trains, I think, because they can enter partly, but if they don't manage to exit in time when another enters, they end up stuck. Flip latch, yeah, essentially it's kind of that thing, yeah, because the roundabout is too tight, and it has too many wagons. So then the pathing signal gets a little confused. It's not about cutting it into too many pieces. If anything, I might work better if we cut up the path even further back. But having the dedicated right side turn fixes every issue there. So far has. I'm pretty sure it will in the future as well. So the batteries would be then flowing this way. These guys still need the heat. I probably should have added a... No, well. Also slowly making plutonium fuel rods, and then we just sink them. It's a good game design. I love that games that require more from the players as you progress. Arbitrary gear tier designs where level 5 feels just like level 50 as long as you have a good gear bored me. I would agree with you, yeah, Buffalo, because yeah, 100%. Yeah, so I like the nuclear, and also the fact that nuclear is in 100% like unnecessary for the progression. It's just an option for power, and that is in itself a interesting like puzzle with like well determined, sort of like a flow and throughput. You have to figure out what do you do with all the things. But it's not a difficult puzzle per se. It's just fiddly. And I like it the fact that it's one of the few ones where you use nitric acid to make then the fissile uranium, and in doing so you have a 100% closed loop system. All you need to do is enough water to get it started. Then to make the nitric acid, use as much water as is the output of the fissile uranium. So it's, you know, literally closed loop, no pumps, no extra water after the first stuff is put in there. I think that's pretty neat. Now, I'm staring at the things. You're gonna run out of stuff. We're getting the beams. Oh yeah, we need steel pipe still. Okay, let's just find a place that'll make a steel pipe production facility with drones. So yeah, we have the steel pipe imports already designed and plugged in and everything, but no one's actually making the steel pipes yet. And all of our steel is over on the old side. Let's take the road. There you go, I can have my fuel. And we'll change on over to the good old absolute of the FICSIT. The fuel in the wrong hole. The fuel goes in the fuel hole. More of a puzzle where all my hours went. I mean, but that's a good puzzle, right? It's supposed to engage you. You know, the reward is, you know, solving the puzzle. But, you know, I don't want to solve the puzzle. I want a puzzle I can solve. You know, spend time on that one. Enjoying my sweet, sweet roads. Oh yeah. We got some steel being made there. Trucks are feeding it with coal. One of these. What? Might not be the best setup, but you'll get the job done because it's already making at least some steel. And we don't need crazy amounts of it, we just need to get enough. So the output from here is currently going nowhere. Quite literally. And you're already producing about 180. Excellent. So if we then ship you off that way, and we turn I think we'll do it the other way around. We have some limestone, and you can produce 120 a minute. I'm going to check what we need for the wet concrete. So that one unit can do 120 limestone into 80 concrete per minute. And 80 concrete per minute would feed... like 2.3 of these, making more than 100 steel pipes a minute, which is more than we need. Excellent. The road needs more longer curves for a smooth rolling. Very true. On the longer curves for roads allow for vehicles to maintain much better speed. We've tested what's best to prevent vehicles from going crawling speeds at times. I haven't really done that, no. My name's Jakes. Because I don't care if they slow down. If I want to go fast, I'll use a drone or a train. I just want the trucks to like drive around and look cool. Plus, if you use the sharp corners, there's less of clipping, because with my low graphical settings, with excessive clipping, there's excessive Z fighting, and I'm not the greatest fan of that one. So this way we can have these. Let's see here, like sharp corners, and the sharp corners also allow for some easier blueprinting, because the blueprints are essentially blocks in the end, following the grid. So yeah, ain't perfect, but you know, gets the job done acceptably enough. With great clipping comes great responsibility. A wise drawing of man once said. Nice one. Oh. Production, refinery. The wet concrete. Do 120 and 100 water. Dude, that's amazing. So easy now, like, just add a freaking oh. Heck. I'm mildly upset that I didn't know about it like from before, but at the same time, thank you so much for letting me know about such wonders. Nope, that won't work. But that will. Now this one's for some kind of excess that I can't remember. Liquid biofuel factory. You can keep going. There we go. Now let's see, for here I want the stairs. Nah, you bastard. There we go. Oh, this one then puts out to 40. We're doing the new game modes after this playthrough. More the new game mode, just the same game but with even more requirements. I mean, that hasn't really been in the plans, but I might do them one day. I mean, I was invited to do a multiplayer game on like a more like complex server. So maybe, because I can't remember what all the settings were for that one. Oh, there's like the random nodes, random purity, so on. Could be interesting. Now these do... Okay. I can do 300 water. And then 1 and 2. Okay, so that would be enough water and everything else. Excellent. I think that might be good enough. There we go. Do some clean up. And here I was thinking that we need to bring in the concrete over there somehow. So, one way to do it. Arbitrarily choose a height. There we go. Probably should have had this be like along this, but you know what? It's fine. One of those will fill up first. It's okay. We go here, then we do more foundries. Heading here towards the left. And we double check. There we go. So what we do is the molded steel pipe. So then we're producing what? 60 steel ingots. You take 50, so we'll put 3 and 3. It'll be fine. Needs 90 concrete per minute. You're producing far more than that. And that's sure, it's funny. There we go. Nah, it'll be fine. So technically, because there's only 3. Let's see here with the walls. I think we want the one with the whole big old hole in it, yeah? There we go. And then here we find the inverted 8-meter. And concrete wall material. Neat little portal type thing. Alright. Huh, where are you getting your power from? There we go. All of this back here in the production. There we go. And all those need to go to a drone port. Which I think fits there just nicely. Check out transport, the drone need a 40. There you go, like this. There we go. Damn you, caps lock, so steel, pipe, export. Save, yes. No. This port, no. All ports. We find the radiant plus 14, yeah, I know. Pipe import. Head here. There we go. So, that's them fixed then. Use a grand total of 150 CL pipes a minute. A-okay. Might need a roofing solution. Check out. Hey, look at that. The exports be happening. Feels so unnecessary to transport it by a light conveyor belt. All these move back and forth with the power of heckin' magic. Architecture. Yeah, good old metal beam. Oh, it looks excellent as well. And then under architecture we find the beams. I'm thinking, I mean pillars. I'm thinking a frame pillar. Followed by the usual. One there, and one there. The drone is ported. There's a little opening there, but you know, that works like a chimney. Now we can stay. Okay, so now they have the pipe exports. We have the heat sinks. We have everything being made now, right? Did that bird just like come up and then launch away like a drone does? And then face planted into the mountain? I think they did. Interesting choice. You'll have some pressure conversion cubes. So let's check out. Gosh darn you, bad bugger. Let's check out these. I still need like a dedicated proper like motor factory. So status in the air, let me just make the M rods. The M rods and rotors make motors. Give me a quick sec. And hello again, friendos. So, the dedicated motor factory pistol would need these, eh? So, we need the air limiters. So, if we import, I think we might want to make, you know what, heck it, we'll fix it at a later point in time. I don't think that'll be today's problem. We go checking on this place. Deuterium system and FICSIT is working just fine. Diamonds are working just fine. Here you need to keep on going on and bring a whole bunch of motors. And you all are maxed out. Now, these are producing the thermal propulsion rockets. Excellent. Right, silica. That is something we still need. Other than that, brains are running fine. Look at them drones go. Yeah, and then we do the plutonium flow. We could do a large amount of. Oh, even more power. So we'll see if we can turn it all the way to making FICSIT. Or FICSodium, sorry. FICSIT we already have. And the FICSonium would require the plutonium processing and dark matter and all that jazz. You know, to make a superposition oscillator, we need crystal oscillators, alclad, probably start also to make it a proper crystal oscillator thingy as well. So one of those. Then it makes the dark matter residue, which is what we need to make this stuff. Together with the diamonds. Diamonds are currently making the yeah. Well, that'll be the next one. Once we get the nuclear power flow, we'll make the spatial energy regulation thing, and then we can do like teleporters and stuff too, for because we can. Put in the raw quartz, and these guys will take care of that one. Now you are you're all splitters, really. So one of you can come up here to feed into a... See, you're empty. You're like halfway there. Oh, whoa. Living on a prayer. You seem to have dropped the factory nice and clean radiation. It's very true, apple shavings. Got the piping fields fueling into these. And yeah. Look at these guys doing their heckin' best. Throw some of these stators in there. And the thing is, I do believe we could be pushing the clock speed up here, but let's have a look. See, we do making those, so making 24 electromagnetic control rods currently. And these are consuming 10, so we're left with 14 extra. Oh, finally, we're actually building that buffer. Now you go here and you split all the way there, which means from here you can then split further. Go along here. And we need to get it all the way there. Okay. Try it again. Surface is too uneven, you say? We'll give you one of those then here between, friendo. How'd you like them apples? Interesting. There we go. Now, of course, let's have a look-see at a manufacturer quickly here. We could maybe make some iodine-infused filters. Give you some quick-wire aluminum casing and gas filters. So we do... There you go. Looks like it'll work. Give me a quick sec. There we go. I had to wake up doggo. So there you go. It goes up. It is decently supported. It goes down, so it goes here, so it looks like it then supported through these. Interesting. Okay. Curved ones are kind of funny. Yeah, and the heat sinks. Okay, so I was thinking we'd have the battery belt can continue across here, across there. Because you're getting everything you need. You'll have one input coming through here. Well, what if we do leave the building as is? Alright, let's run with that assumption. Then we'll just need 2 drone ports, right? And there are 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. We should look at our architectural options. We check the framing foundations. We zoom it all across. We then change over to the inverted ramp and why? And we zoom it all across. There we go. Then we'll look at our transportation options. We check out the drone evac 40, the port of legend, Porto Drono. There we go. Yeah, they're in the middle of that one. Excellent. Which means we should be able to have a look-see here with the stackable conveyor poles. We'll do 2 on top of each other. And here we're gonna want, I think, some kind of wall. But I think we're just gonna go with basic wall. And we check out from logistics the wonders of the wall hole.
don't you have a drink?
There we go. Well, hello there, Akira Sugiyama. And yes, thank you very much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh, I needed that. But I hope you're doing well, Akira. Always nice hearing from you as well. Look at the architecture. We find the big frame pillar. That maxed out on uranium waste, a little on the non-fissile uranium. There you go. Now prioritize these two, then what left over gets sent there. We got some kind of power solution for these, but we do Radiant Fields, the steel beam import. Radiant Fields, heat sink import. There you go. Not a good solution, but let's get them kind of running. And this port is, of course, linked to steel beam exports. And heatsink exports. Hey there, Carpet Thighs. Hope you're doing well. I hope you had a lovely sleep, my friend. It's always kind of fun because I waking up, enjoy my morning streams, drink my morning coffee, and then like recognizing people, and then also pop into my own chat. Always lovely to hear from you, wonderful folks. I often spend my time in the morning in with the casual elephants and so on. Sometimes I chat, often I lurk. So quick wire and aluminum casing. So the aluminum casings. Alright. There. I'm not gonna hang out here with slightly less risk of just the, spontaneous death syndrome. Now I did set these up a little chaotically. Now this guy's bringing in the heat sinks. There we go. And then these... sorry. We come in here by the side. And then the beams... Next, so these will then turn, going through the wall, and take over there. Okay, now the heat sinks flow. The middle bit here. you go. Well, shit. It ain't straight. I don't know if we can live with this, and the answer is no. No. That's why we never get anywhere, chat. But these are the same reason why it took us so long to get to nuclear. There we go. Now they're getting enough of everything to, keep on functioning. We need more power. It's very true, and that's what we got. Essentially 10 nuclear powers worth. See, 4 times 250 becomes 10. The capacity has now gone from like 15 to 48,000. I think we can push it higher. So right now we're making the plutonium fuel rods here, but we pretty much is all sending them into the sink machine. So once we get this thing running, then we gotta look at making another set of these to then be running on the plutonium fuel rods we're making here. And then building some strange factory to deal with their output. Why not burn them? Or the plutonium fuel rods? Because then they'll make plutonium waste, and I haven't built the facility to deal with it yet. And I can't sink them in... See, if we look at this thing. So we'll make plutonium waste. And... plutonium fuel rods, which we're making, and then we'll be turning these into... Not a bad deal. The plutonium waste. But then in order to... Then the next step is to deal with the waste, because we can't put it in a crusher, in a... whatchamacallit now? The sink. The awesome sink. So then we need to make FICSonium by combining plutonium waste, 1 singularity cell, and 200 per minute units of dark matter residue. So we're gonna build a whole weird ass crazy sci-fi factory next to our completely logical sci-fi factory. Now this would then be consuming apparently 10 units of plutonium waste per minute, which I think is exactly what we'll be producing. So that's pretty perfect. Turning them into 10 FICSonium per minute, and the FICSonium, I think... Now, usage and production of this material is strictly prohibited. On Earth, that is. There are no rules in space. Only efficiency. Now, power usage is... I'm assuming that power usage is to make it. And then we'll need... to turn these into the FICSonium fuel rods, which we can then burn. And I believe they don't give off any... waste. So then we'll have the complete flow. So then we'll have 2 machines making them, because we'll be producing 10 plutonium waste, I believe, per minute, and we can use that to make 10 FICSonium per minute. Then we can turn that into 2 sets of these, which makes 5 FICSonium fuel rods per minute. That's actually quite a lot. Needs a whole bunch of FICSIT trigons. Well, we can import the FICSIT ingots already, so that's no problem. EM control rods will be needing an extra 10 per minute. So that's neat. And the excited photonic matter is something we'll be producing via magic. And then it outputs 50. So they were making 100. So okay, we only need 100 dark matter residue for this shit to flow. On account of it beginning a part of it through here. Fair enough. Store them somewhere until you build that last step. Well, that is very true. I mean, technically that's already what we're doing here. But it's one of those, like, yeah, I mean, yes, but haven't quite gotten there yet. All in due time. This one still needs the Steely McBeamies. So this one can connect there. There. Now that's all sorted. So we're going through 1.5 a minute. So 3 per minute. We're making 5. Alright. With an extra 10, we were making an extra 4. Wait, what? So these consume 3 per minute. The math said that the next process would take 10 per minute. These consume 10, so that'd be 23. We're currently making 24. Well, hell now. You guys working hard. These guys are all statering away. And these 4 need 9 per face. You're producing 8 per face. So we need an extra 4, it'll be 12. There we go. Make it perfect. Solved. You gotta love it when a plan comes together. Especially when it comes together, together better than planned and all that. Let's grab a couple of stacks of those filters because we've already gone through like an entire stack just hooking this stuff up. So once that's done, you'll have how many plutonium reactors to FICSonium reactors? I got no idea yet, Scarpathias. I think we had... Wait, no, we won't have... Okay, I think my math must be wrong. It must be wrong. You see, we're outputting 100. Enough to maintain one of these completely. Then these do 30 per. Now, are these maxed out? so they could like just burn through some of the shit we had here. Which is enough for these, and 30 of these make 15 encased plutoniums. 15 encased plutoniums is exactly for 2 of these, which makes 0.5 plutonium fuel rods per minute. And sorry, there we go. So it's now how... Sorry, I forgot to like read the rest of the chat for some reason. It's nice how the splitters can do on the end of the elevators. I don't remember if that worked or not in the last time I played. I think it did, or I didn't know about it. I think it was it's at least in 1.0. It might have been before that already. The new one for me is for that you can add them in the middle of an elevator, a splitter. At 1.1. It wasn't go. Makes sense. The last time I played was right when 1.0 launched, then I only played a few days. So nice to be able to do that with the splitters. Yeah. I think now this one must have been, because last time I played properly was in 1.0, and I most definitely used this setup. And I'm pretty sure that was in previously in 1, but you can, as you can notice here, there's that's quite a nice long one. Here. So here we do, a splitter can now be put along in an elevator. I think this one is the one that came in 1.1. I mean, look at that. You'll have 2 outputs because a splitter splits in 4 ways. So comes in from the top, goes out below, and 2 more to the sides. So this is the new thing. I think putting it on the ends was absolutely in 1.0. At least. Potentially, possibly before even. Alright, give me one of them fuel rods so I can put it in here. So we'll look at the math here. So you burn through 0.25 of these a minute. And you produce 2.5 waste per minute. So we'll be... As is, these can feed... So 10 uranium reactors apparently is enough to feed mere 2. That's okay. Because... Oh, wait, no. Those are all fully ramped up. So there we go, 0.1 per minute. And we're putting 0.5, so there'll be 5 these. And we're producing, yes, 5 plutonium waste per minute. And what was the FICSonium? Okay, so we'll half this. And then we'll make in 5 FICSonium per minute. Enough to fuel one of these, which then produce 2.5 fuel rods per minute. And it's only 5. I kind of wish we could get even more of these. I mean, we could get that by doubling the output here. And we can get that by throwing in a couple of sloopies. And then voila. In the meantime, though, we have built quite the buffer of the encased plutonium cells. So we can actually let those burn through those for a while. I think. Well, dagnabbit. I like how it all looks. And there's stairs here. Well, it'll go through the same amount of power and water. With 5 of these, you know what? We're just gonna do 2 and save us a tiny bit of space, and just throw in a whole bunch of power shards. Wham! Let's go retrieve all the last few sloops we have. There. So easy to make a tall building, 100%. I don't think FICSIT cares about safety at all, with all that radiation and no railings. Hey. Shush you. The railings are coming in. And everyone knows radiation is good for you. Gives you that healthy glow. You have a jetpack, but you need railings for it. And a radiation shield, exactly. And iodine-infused filters. And should the pioneers sadly perish, well, there's another to take their place. In the infinite flow of clonable workers. Okay. Ah. Two, 3, 4. Five. Ah, dang, wrong button. I see. Then we do the next setup. There we go. One, two, three, four, and five. Come on, concrete beam. There we go. They finally make something with these. The catwalks actually fit together properly. God, I think they might have. Oh, yes. It was very annoying when there's these catwalk clip-on points for things like the refineries, and then they don't actually fit together nicely. Now I can finally enjoy the healthy glow of sweet, sweet radiation. Without having to worry about falling. Isn't FICSIT generous? Kind, caring. You can drink our coffee and... Alright, maybe not this one. Ah, yes. Sweet, sweet glow of radiation. That's the good stuff. Coffee will always be hot. That's very true. Nor will it spill or fall out. I'm pretty sure it's linked to a pocket dimension of coffee. Changing out the rod. Sweet, sweet glow. Of a high-tech kettle. Don't need no stinking radiation shielding. Fair true. I mean, technically, it has this pretty well shielded if it's, you know, full of water. Water is extremely efficient radiation shielding. Good God, the poor compass. Hello there, sea captain. I mean, that's what you get when you... Okay, first of all, the radar towers are neat and all, but Divas. Yeah. I have a bunch of, like, truck stops, trucks, trains, drones, drone stops. Many of them right here. The drones are flying around. We got trucks making deliveries and pickups. We got trains. We got industry. As long as there aren't any impurities in the water. Very true. As long as there's no, like, silly impurities, like, I don't know, human remains, is all good. What's the worst in it? Someone dumps a body in there. Okay, now let's see about... capping up the house. Alright. I think we're gonna do it this way around. So that we might... Yeah, you are a loud boy. Just saying. Alright. We do walls, we check, and here we find the 8-meter ramp wall with one there. Looks like our temporary structures once again becoming increasingly permanent. And here we find, I think, the honeycomb. Apparently it won't work. So X frame it is. And here we find, you knew it, it's the cross beam. It's the best beam. There we go. And here we do walls, and we find... Well, we'll just manually make our own, I guess. There we go. Yep. Oh no. Too many assets, too many funny things happening. And the game just keeps on going deeper and deeper into glitchy territory. And it's all my fault. Oh well. Can't be helped. Okay, the whole thing looks slightly more stable. I mean, not that any of it matters, you know. I like it. So then we just need some sweet roof. Let's look at these materials. So I'm thinking sort of angled skylight. Followed by like sensible tar roofing. There we go. Yep. Yeah. And here we need, of course, a door. There we go. A little funny looking, but I'm okay with it. Oh yeah. Radio kill on that. There we go. It ain't perfect, but at least it's a house. Ish. Kinda. Hey there, Pythos. Hope you're doing well. Oh, whoa, my friend. No, proxy asking on the YouTube side about new game modes. I do believe they're referring to the fact that you can have these like randomized nodes and so on, and randomized, and like you can change how much stuff is, you know, in the sorry, in the various nodes and so on. And how many, like the costs of the individual pieces and so on. That'd be real spicy, that's very true. Maximum spiciness. I love it when shit just sort of matches. Ooh. And that's when I can give off a nice illusion of competence. Like I planned it all along. Like I know what I'm doing. Don't. But that never stopped me. And it never will. That'll be fine. Now there'll be a catwalk that which we can then also start connecting around here once we get it all more, you know, more done. But that is then the plutonium production facility in the House of Pluto. They need power though. Whee! You can fly in through the hole. Like we can connect you all that way, and then this one. And under architecture, we find, of course, the round concrete. Alright, now they're powered. It's all working. It's all running. It's all spinning. Float is noming, and the encased cells are being made, and we got an excess waiting to go. Now that means I'm gonna double the output. Oh, 0.25. One entire one. Alright, we got a whole bunch of plutonium waste already. Right. How do we get the plutonium fuelie McRoddies here? So I think I've discovered something in astronauts. My card. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. Sorry. So I think I've discovered something in astronauts. My character stayed needing intimacy for a long time. It was one of the highest needs aside from family, and I got the gregarious trait, which unlocked a lot of more social options. I was wondering, with enough sleep, if the insomnia will go away. I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, because that's one of the things about that game. It's your traits are malleable. Your actions can make them work and change, and I think that's pretty heckin' cool. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you're having a wonderful day, friend. All right, so if we do that, though, we're making. It was contact. Affect the contact and privacy needs. Yeah. Oh yeah, makes sense. I guess the gregarious affects how like touchy-feely you can get. So now you're like, oh god, you're so desperate. So you're like, okay, now you're like even more breaking through those boundaries, if you will. Yeah, that is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. Alright, now let's see here. We have. Now, if you run at speed and you took, I think it was 0.25, 0.25, so these two, so we need 2 more. So then these will also make 10, and then they'll output, I think we did the math. Hopefully we did it right. Right. That should be correct. There we go. That was angled all wrong, yes. And we can't have that now, can we? Gotta be straight, young. Otherwise the goblins will get you. We all know this. Pipes ain't straight. The goblins will find you and rip you out of your bed and eat your spleen. Well, that's just how it works. And you wouldn't want to be spleenless now, would you? No. Not a fancy fellow or fellowette like you. There we go, so then this pipe goes into second one smoothly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you explain that to me? Why, of course. You see, if the pipes aren't straight, that'll just lure in the goblins. So they can't handle it. They can't handle a straight water pipe, so that'll keep you safe. You know, they're afraid of it. They're afraid of its almighty power. But when there's all kinds of nooks and crannies and strange spaghetti shapes in your belts and your pipes, well, that means that can hide a nice little goblin there, and they'll wait, and that's where they feel safe, and that's when eventually they get hungry. And when they get hungry, they will hunt you down and take your spleen. Not for eating, actually. No. They prefer McDonald's. But they do a lot of it. But they do a lot of organ trading, and apparently spleens sell pretty well. Five's not straight. Clown will me. 100%. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 5. If lucky, they might turn you into a goblin instead. Well, that depends on how good you are at, black market trading, I guess. There we go. Come on. And them's the rules. Like I said, I don't make them. I just enforce them. 'Cause in the end, you know the rules. And so do I. Subtly things are going into our little box of nope. On this fine. Box of nope. What's the idea of having a background if you can see it here but not here? Oh. Let's try it again. Select all of that. You go away. Cancel that one. Check the layout. There, plutonium waste. Hey, Twitching, how you doing? Taking spicy. Gonna get worse. I'm doing actually fairly good this morning. I thought it would be having a fit so bad, but it's too bad yet. Okay. I hope you're doing okay though, Python. I hope it's, you know, however bad it gets, it doesn't get too bad. And welcome in Raiders. How you doing there, Twitching? Hey, Lord Hutton. Hey, well, hello there, Red Fogel. What, the reactor ray? Yeah. You see, we're making the uranium fuel there. And this is then the plutonium ones. My. And the plutonium fuel is coming from here. I need to choose how it gets here, to be honest. And then we'll be going for the FICSIT. It is very spicy in here, so radiation levels maxed out at all times. I had to make a tiny little factory separately here to just make more of the iodine filters, so I can survive working here. But it's pretty cool so far. But how you doing, my friend? What have you been up to again? Ooh, playing on your vintage story server. Winter was some good fun and made some very solid progress. Glad to hear it. I've been like following on the side a little bit. I've been meaning to get into it, but at the same time, the creeping corruption scares me. I'm like, oh no, what if I build something nice, and then the corruption like forces me away? That would be sad. Oh wait, oh, but good thing I came here to have a quick little look-see. Because that is a thing we're not currently importing. There's still a bunch in storage because we had to get rid of some excess. But the quartz. It's another drone set up to the rescue. We'll just stick it out here. It'll be fine. There's a lot of this. This one was built to be a very temporary setup. Might as well be a slightly more permanent one. I should learn my lesson. There are no temporary solutions. Missing aluminum casings. Ah, yeah, nuggets. And I've only got like 2 ingots. Oh. Well, there's some over there. That's what I get for removing my freaking dimensional storage from around the aluminum casings. But hey, welcome on in, Raiders, by the way. Sorry for forgetting myself again. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you are all having a wonderful day and wonderful time, which of course you were, seeing as you came in with the most illustrious and wonderful of the Twitching. And if, of course, on my side, if anyone doesn't know, you definitely check him out. He is a mad lad, the bluest of orcs, the Swiss menace himself, the twerk. Always a good time with that one. Plays a lot of cool games. And always wonderful to hang out with. You also go check him out, if for some reason you haven't already. And those who know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to all kinds of like factory and automation games. This is my 3rd run in Satisfactory, and this time around I wanted to build roads to make use of trucks, focus on logistics. It's been grand. I should probably just grab a few of these. Now I shall pull the raid and run on you now, for I shall keep a third myself and feed the poopers. Well, thank you for the raid twitching, and I hope you have a wonderful time with the sweet little, lovely little pooperinos. Okay, now with this thing will be at least uploading these as best it can. Excellent. Now I can safely and calmly ignore all of that. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I don't know why I'd want rubber. Just in case. I'm pretty sure it was someone doing something similar with the plastic. If I don't, well, that's a terrible mistake on my part. There we go. And don't worry, Twerk, I will do my best to keep all your wonderful people entertained. So yes, for those who know Satisfactory, I am in the midst of building a nuclear power setup. You see, I've been trying to keep things sort of like architecturally logical, building roads, having, you know, supports and so on, train connections beneath. But whenever you build something large, well, sometimes you're gonna have to have some levitating bits to start with. Mind you, now that I've sort of unlocked these frame foundation pieces, they allow for a lot more sort of airy structural, airy building that doesn't feel quite as silly. And here we have the initial uranium into all the imports, making all the bits and pieces, so we can make our very first nuclear uranium fuel going into the first set of reactors, which then produce good old uranium waste. Goes here and gets turned into non-fissile uranium and uranium waste combination, sent into a particle accelerator to make the plutonium pellets, which then travel through here, get encased in concrete, encased in uranium and plutonium pellets, and then they go through these machines who have some imports here on the side. Drones bring in what's needed, and some of it coming in via fancy belts, all the way from over yonder, turning into a uranium fuel rod, which is what we now need to bring over across here. Nope. I of course meant across here, down there, and into that hole, so that we can get even more power. We were apparently producing around 48,000, 50 gigawatts, 50,000 megawatts. So, no, going all right so far. Now we need then a belt. Yeah. Now let's see here. New wood. Now the never-ending crackling is from, of course, the, well, radioactivity. Hence Geiger counter noises. And the game is, in fact, lagging. It is not the stream, because I'm building so many things, and I got a little excessive. See, not even the assets are fully loading in yet, because my machine is around a decade old.
Son of 10 Bogo, son of 10 TP?
I like that when you actually add the question mark, it actually does add the affect the inflection. But yes, I also need to go take care of my doggos soon. But before we do that, we shall first see about getting some of these wonderful nuclear project. Oh, bugger. The nuclear project running a little. I like it when I accidentally get it right. And things end up all nice and straight, like there's so many of those. Now it's around here. So now then that is the height where we want our exit. It just touches this corner, but you know what? I'm okay with this. And there we go. So Y is... I wonder why is my stuff not flowing? No, that's empty. It is flowing, see? Go. Extra boosted. They're going through all the water they can. And they're going through 0.25 plutonium fuel rods a minute. They boosted this up because we have like excess to burn through here. Eventually we're gonna have to do some summer loops to magically make twice the output. Right now we just speed it so we can get rid of all that. Alright, so now our part of our power production is at 70 gigawatts. So what's that? An extra nice 30, 40 gigawatts? That's 6,250 megawatts, so 6.25 times 4. An extra 25k. Nice. And then, of course, gets boosted from that because we have the power boost alien tech thing, which adds like what, 10% of our ongoing output. So the capacity keeps on growing and growing. We've doubled the maximum consumption already, but that's, you know, it doesn't. That's okay. Yeah, you're doing it at like normal speed. We can let them be as is for now, I guess. We just need more power shards. We don't have quite that many, not right now. So then we'll need to figure out how do we produce the final form of nuclear fuel, the FICSonium. Because the uranium nuclear waste is something we can't really do anything with. We had to turn it all the way into plutonium fuel rod in order to put it into a sink, which means let the game sort of let us destroy it. So now, eventually, this thing will fill up. And it's all going to get backed up, and we're all going to be very, very sad. And the radioactivity will just keep on increasing in a very tragic fashion. So now, right, first we fly over here to have a look at some of these were actually boosted, like this one. So we're going through 0.25 fuel rods per minute and producing 2.5 waste. With 4 of those. So the idea is to have 10 units of waste per minute. Okay. So then we look at the recipes that we have. Look at the plutonium, no, not uranium, plutonium waste. There we go. So in order to make FICSonium, we need 10 minutes. One recipe, one machine, one particular particle accelerator would consume 10 units of plutonium waste per minute, 10 singularity cells per minute, and 200 units of dark matter residue. Now the dark matter residue is relatively easy to make because I do believe then the next step with the FICSonium, which is the fuel rod, we're already making these, already making those, and that we can just fire it out of a magic box, so that's okay. And that'll produce 50 of these per minute. So we got one of these, need 200, produces 10, Can feed into 2 of these machines, means we get 100 of the dark matter already sort of accounted for. So we only need to produce 100 extra. So let's look at these dark matter residue. It's a byproduct of all kinds of shenanigans, including making synthetic power shards. And some of the project parts. A lot of those. Oh, we can just make dark matter residue from strange alien matter. Good old Sam. So 50 per minute turns into 100 per minute, which is all we need. That'll be it. We need to then, of course, bring in some more reanimated SAM, and we can make some from, because they're very right next to the rubber and plastic factory that we have down the road. There is a very fancy strange alien matter or SAM node, so we can mine it there and just ship it over by belt. Hide that spaghetti inside the hollow road, and we're a-okay. Fantastic. Now, the alien power matrix would also produce some. I'll look into that. Used in making the dark matter crystals. Did we need the dark matter crystals to make the fuel rod? No. Nor did we need it in many of them. This one is diamond and some of that, and it'll be gone. Excellent. That means we need to bring in some SAM. So that's easy enough. We got that sorted out. So now it is the singularity cell itself. Now, to make these, we need a recipe, which we do not have, apparently. Right. And those will need the dark matter crystals. So those will be a reaching the manufacturer. Well, the recipe produces. Okay, you need 1 nuclear pasta. So that's 1 per minute, cheapest. Okay. Well, the good thing is we have a whole bunch of these already, like in a box, so we can just save those up and then build a new separate giant freaking system to deal with that. I think we're gonna make these somewhere else, similar to what we're doing right now, and then ship those in via drone. Dark matter crystals we might make on site, might bring in by drone. Concretes we're already importing. And we actually, by train. Iron plates, we are actually already importing because we're using them for the nitric acid. So what we only really need is to make the dark matter crystal and of course unlock the recipe itself, because I'm pretty sure it's actually behind the milestone here. Which means you need 250 of these and 100 of those strange spinny bananas. How do I make a strange spinny banana and how do I make 100 of those? Because apparently it's time for me to abandon this place and hope for the best. Because every import... No, you see... Almost every import... Almost is now accounted for. You see, when we went to get the aluminum casings to build the drone port, which we never did because I got confused again, as I do. So we put a drone port here. Now, we can't have it underneath. I mean, technically, I think we can, and the AI would be able to navigate here just fine, but I don't want it. I want it to be outside here, where it's all nice and wild and free. Ish. Put it slightly there to the side, so we can bring in the battery inputs, which would come from there. And again, we're probably going to be bringing that in through the floor. So in that sense, we could have it here. Yeah. Excellent. Then we'll need these. So it looks like it's better supported, because the game doesn't actually give a crap about structural integrity. Every now and then you'll say like, oh no, you can't do that because of, there's not enough support, but there's ways to trick it. It's not that strict about it. Sometimes I wish it was a little bit more strict, but oh well. Ooh, these, you see. Aha! See, we can do that. And... No, come on. That. But did they add structural stuff? No more floating platforms? No, they didn't. They didn't. No, no. It's just a, you know, personal taste. I like it when things feel a little bit more, you know, real. I'm not the best at it, but you know, I try. So this would then be radiant fields, ports, import. I wish they would add some structural stuff, similar to like, you know, Valheim's buildings, or in Icarus as well. So I think it's neat. It's a fun challenge, and I wish they would add that as like a new game mode, so not everyone has to do it, because I know it's not into everyone. People like playing Satisfactory as it is. It is a wonderful game, absolutely hecking perfect. It would just be fun. To sometimes do some other things in it as well. Now these are wonderfully sort of hollow looking, so we can do this. Actually, yeah, we can actually go all the way here. Realize our mistake. Ah, right. You see, if we add now 2 of these here beneath. There we go. And that is something we can then fix. That's something we'll have to then fix in post. Oh. I'm facing heavy psychological warfare. This port connects to Vortex Port North, and then that drone is going to bring in some ports. These are already we're dealing with low ports. Excellent. So that way we can make sure the flow of the silica never ends. So that's that done. Next is a superposition or oscillator, which then requires the dark matter crystals and diamond. And used in making stuff like, including the, wait, 60 and 60. You consume 150. So a bunch of that could be then have a returning loop. You do 10 per minute, you produce 30. You produce 30 to go through 150. Which means you can do into 3 of these machines. I'm putting that is 180. So actually this would overproduce a little bit if we have one of these linking into one of these. Neat. Very neat. Alright, let's go have a quick visit. No, it's been 8 hours. But hey, the nuclear facilities are now functional. There's, we need to do some trimming, some cleanup. But we went from having capacity of around 15,000 to over 70. So that's pretty good, I'd say. Making a lot of power. That also is... There's a lot of giant freaking jumps here. I guess I'll just not ask too many questions. And then we have our giant battery tower can grow even larger. Right. Excellent. Oh, do they like turn off when they're exchanging fuel rods? I guess that would make sense. Okay. Oh, there's something else. Some other funny business happening. Maybe it has to do with the whole water. Why do you little shits blink through yellow there? That one's yellow. I mean, everything's running, so it shouldn't be a question of pressure or power. Oh well, we'll figure it out. We'll get there eventually. But I'm afraid I gotta go and walk those doggos myself. There's food to be cooked, doggos to be walked, and then tomorrow we'll have to then finish up the milestone. We got the computer issue fixed, so now we have the radio controller, because that one needed the rubber. So now we got the rubber production is up, ramped up all the way up. Then for the oscillator, we need one factory to make crystal oscillators, because we don't actually have anyone making these. We're making them as needed inside one larger factory. We could... Wait, this one takes about 5 per minute. This one produces 1.85. Yep, well, we just have ramped up the rubber production, so I had a train that comes via there. The AI limiters also are made via plastic, so rubber plastic imports. Caterium will come in via drone ports for the crystals. Via, whatever. Heck, we can build it next to a quartz node or something, and that'll be heckin' amazing, because those would then be needed for these, and some of these we need some diamonds, right? These ones. And if we combine diamond into the quartz, the diamond processing, yeah. That'll help, because if we have one diamond machine now, we're going to ramp up that thing as well by adding a quartz input to it. And then that'll produce even more. Because we need those for the time crystals, which are mostly using just for our belts and stuff. But these also then used for the synthetic power shards, which do seem like a sensible investment. Especially because we can then probably start sending those off into, the good old... the coupon machine. Dark matter crystals are used in all of those. Oh, the dark ion fuel. Oh, that's kind of wild. But then the singularity itself, which is also then used as a project part, so we also need to just, ramp the heck up on that one. Hey there, Lana. I know how how's it going today? It is going pretty well. We got our most of our nuclear power sort of flow here going. They're all power sharded up. So this is technically 10 nuclear reactors running because I just arbitrarily chose a number here, because I looked at how many encased uranium cells one of these makes. Well, it makes 25. And those are then needed here for the fuel rods 20. Well, what's 25 and 20 meet? They meet at 100. So that's 4 and 5. And that ended up determining how many nuclear power plants we have. Because a normal standard one uses 0.2, or the factory produces 0.4. So 5 of them would then be enough for 10 of these, which then produces... which then with the power shots goes to 4. And then we have our waste management here. We have one of these making nitric acid, which funnily enough it takes 30 units of water. Oh yeah, I ramped it all up to just speed it all up. And these produce an output, say a 15. Okay, the standard recipe consumes 15 nitric acid, outputs 15 water. So 2 of those consumes 30 nitric acid, produces 30 water, and then 30 nitric acid is made out of 30 water. So it is a literal closed loop system on the nitric acid. Sulfuric acid is produced for these, and this ratio will happen to have also, because I got 3 of them there, so making 150. These consume 120, leaves up with exactly 30, which is what this one needed. So I'm pretty happy with how things just happened to work out there. Importing a lot of stuff with drones, including a lot of metal iron plates. These, of course, make the fissile, non-fissile uranium. Jesus Christ. Making them into the plutonium pellets. Good. So much power, seems great. Yeah. I mean, before I started this project, our capacity was at like 15, 18,000. Now it's between 60 and 75. And there's still more to be done, because now we're producing, because the uranium waste is then being turned into the encased plutonium pellets here, which then inside here are being turned into the plutonium fuel rods. Radiation is maxed out all the time. I did die already once. Not that was yesterday, but when I was just flying around building and not paying attention, and my iodine, my filters ran out. But right now, I just have this box here of danger, where we collect our plutonium waste. So tomorrow's project will be in getting that final FICSonium production going. And then we'll have the entire sort of flow from uranium to plutonium to FICSonium. So I do believe FICSonium then does not produce any waste. And that way, all of that is burned. All of that is power. And all of that will hopefully then make sure that we can have our project parts, manufacturing working. Because I do remember them being very, very hungry. The problem is, in order to make the FICSonium, I need the singularity cell, and that is under the milestone for the spatial energy regulation. So I still need to do that one. Seems great. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, a lot of power. But I was also just about to raid on out. Family is getting restless. Doggos have needs. I haven't been on for more than 8 hours. And so we'll be returning tomorrow to finish that final spatial energy regulation thing, so we can get the FICSonium more done. And then that is the entire nuclear flow done. We'll probably have a similar sort of FICSonium factory then there on that side, so that we can have a clean sort of flow of nuclear reactors going that way, all having their pumps flowing in. It's gonna be grand. So I think that would be it. Yeah. Yes, and then yeah, we're calling this place, you can see it from the drone port name there in the top. Good old Radiant Fields. Wait, oh, my OBS says out in process. But the bot said they were done. The bot lied to me again. Damn you, bot. Your timer is off. But hey, welcome back from the ouch, everyone, and terribly sorry, but I do need to go and walk those doggos. Yeah. So then we'll get the FICSonium, the last of that one done. We'll clean up the bits that stick out. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with everything worked out. And thank you, Ilana, by the way, because thanks to watching your builds and the amount of like glass floors you used really inspired me to make more use of those, and I'm really happy. Especially with the tier 6 belts. I mean, look at them. They're just gorgeous. And one thing I had no idea about was that you can paint these. Look at those. Making pink belts. So there. Let's land there. And let's save the game. And let's have a look-see. To see if we can see who is out and who is about. There we go. 192 hours so far on this save. Not bad. Then we change the scene to the end of streams and we find the song. It is, of course, the song you know, this song of drink and industry. And then we have a proper look to see who is in fact out and who is in fact about. First we'll see is anyone I know playing the game right now, and alas no. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. A great evening. Thank you, Kobo Snacks, for hanging out. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely evening as well, my friend. Now then. It's always tricky this, like choosing someone to raid. Often I'd like I think like, oh, okay, well, let's find someone I don't know we can raid into, but it's the whole, you know, I don't... Because I need to go walk the dog, so it's a little bit of a rush. They sort of like, oh, just quickly say hi, maybe exchange a few greetings, and then the whole raid and run thing. And as such... Now this song, hey, yes, it's from Dwarf Fortress. Syns nog annat later. Hey, ha det bra, Zodiacs. Ha det bra. Hope you all have a wonderful time. I just can't... Well... I'm gonna rate you all off to someone who usually plays the game from the song, but is currently playing something else, which is... They're playing Vintage Story. And I'm gonna rate you all to this Mitchell, a wonderful streamer who usually does a lot of... fantastic. I was thinking like, should I rate Knapsor, but he rated not too long ago, and they're doing a shared stream. Wonderful. So they are on the Mitchell's Vintage Story community server doing a run on the Resident Archives. I'll send you all over there. And I'm pretty sure you're all going to have a wonderful time. Because they are a wonderful streamer. It's always their co-host, Knapsor. And they're having, Vintage Story is a lovely, delightful game as well. So who wouldn't enjoy that? Well, this is great. I love how small it is sometimes. I feel the same, Alana. Thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Hey, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming by to say hi. Thank you, Pythos, Ilana, Kobold, Snacks, Zoriux, everyone else who has been hanging out. Thank you, No Hypocrisy, Mark, Yen Gamer, and Pistol Gamer, No Hypocrisy. Well, everyone on the YouTube side as well. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. So I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So I'll be seeing you around next time, hopefully. If not, hey, that's fine. Hope you all have a good one. Take it easy. And like I said, I really gotta go. The doggos have their needs, and frankly, so do I. Hey, remember, there's heat waves happening all around. Remember to hydrate. Don't forget your electrolytes. Take care of yourselves. You can't tough it out. Hey, I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Have a good one. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.